All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file KSCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
All of the accused are present in court today. We will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness for W04758. Before we start, could I get an update on the defense? I know Salimi defense has reduced their time estimate to 30 minutes. Anybody else? Could I just have your current estimate?
Mr. President, this might be a good time to tell you, I will try to stay within an hour, and I'm hopeful that we can complete the witness today, and if that doesn't appear likely, then I will have to make an application on my own behalf concerning my ability to participate on Monday. So that's why I'm going to try to cut mine shorter. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Honors. I will also be within an hour for Mr. Vasili.
All right.
Ernest, we've indicated 2 hours, but I'm going to see what happens and probably cut down as well.
Thank you. So do you still believe we will get to the next witness today? Or do you
The next witness is ready, Your Honors, so it depends on how things go about. We stand ready to continue.
If we cannot, will you do the three that are scheduled next week as ordered and move this one to a different date?
Exactly, Your Honors,
Okay.
yeah. Also because the witness has unavailabilities for Monday.
All right.
So.
We sort of assumed that, but I wanted to make sure. Thank you for your help and cooperation, everybody.
Your Honors, if I may, before the witness is brought in, I just wanted to communicate with regard to document that was MFI'd yesterday,
Yes.
P1762, that the English translation of the cover page, U001-0041, has been prepared and disclosed yesterday in disclosure package 1466. So I would ask, one, that it be added to the presentation queue, and two, that it be added to the MFI document so that the document can be admitted into evidence. And that's P1762. Can be a public exhibit. Thank you.
Any objection to any of that?
We have no objection.
No.
Your request is granted. We will remove the MFI and deal with the presentation queue. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand, and they will try to clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. And please also remember to speak into the microphone and then wait for 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. And if you feel the need to take a break, just let us know. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good morning, witness. I'm at the last area of my examination.
Good morning.
I want to start with the document. Can I please call up SPOE 0011 9155 to 0011 9164, and I would need page SPOE 0011 9159 of this document, and for the English the translation is SPOE 0011 9159 ET. Witness, while this document is appearing on the screen, I can say that this is a document that the SPO received from the Basic Court of Pristina within the material of the Latif Kashi and others case. As we see from the title, it depicts the formation of a KLA brigade command. Are you familiar with this document?
Oh, yes.
Tell us what it represents, what it is.
This table reflects the organizational structure of the brigades of the Kosovo Liberation Army, which we have implemented as well in the lab operative zone.
Said you're familiar with it. When did you see it before, other than during the preparation session?
I am not certain about the time, but I do know that upon taking on functions as Commander Brigade 152 Zahir Bayezidi in 1998, we used it as a reference for organizational or structuring matters related to Kosovo Liberation Army units.
You used this document. How was it conveyed to you?
I am not sure, because the documents went always through the zone commander. Therefore, I do not have any knowledge as to how this document arrived to us, because the zone commander was in contact with the general staff.
I understand. Do you mean that you received this document from the zone command, the lab zone command?
Correct.
And I think you told us in what capacity you were at the time a brigade commander of Brigade 152. So am I correct that in terms of time frame, that must have been November, December, or please feel free to specify the time frame, since yesterday you explained to us the change of numbers in the brigades.
I was initially commander of Brigade 151, and I remained there. This was my mandate. Then, as I explained earlier, this brigade changed into 152 Brigade, with the deployment and positions along the main road. that is when the change from 151 to 152 occurred. I was initially appointed Commander Brigade 151, and I remained on that position, Commander Brigade 151 Zahir Bayezidi.
Narrow down the time frame when you said you received the document from the LAP Zone Command. If you can help us further with that.
I cannot know for sure or specifically, but the moment I received it, I started structuring the brigade, because in July the brigades were, the units at the company level were being structured, and then in August the brigades started being structured. So this must be after August 98. However, I do not know when exactly did we receive this organigram or structure.
You said you received it through the LAP Zone Command. Whom would that be specifically? Do you remember if it was Commander Remy, Commander Daya, if you remember?
Yes,
I don't remember.
And did the copy you received have the same seal stamp of the KLA General Staff Directorate as we see in this copy?
Second Waiterman Paul.
From what I can remember, yes.
Can we now go to the previous page of the original document, which is SPOE 00119158. For the English, I would need a different ET, which is SPOE 00119158 ET. Witness, we have another template, another chart on the screen. Can you tell us if you're familiar with it, and can you describe it for us?
This is the formation of a command of an operative zone of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Are you familiar with the document? Did you see it before?
Oh.
Yes, I am.
Again, can you tell us when, what circumstances?
The same as for the previous document with respect to the brigade structure. I do not remember the time or who I received it from, but I worked based on this chart with some modifications. So we had the same approach as with the previous document. The same applies to the formation of the command of an operative zone.
Receive this one too through the LAP Zone Command.
That was the only possibility, because they were the contact with the General Staff was done through the commander of the operative zone.
And did the copy you received have the same seal stamp that we see on this template?
Signed by Manpo.
As far as I can remember, yes.
Receive this template at the same time as the previous one, the brigade template that we looked at.
I think yes.
Did you have your own working copies of these two documents? these two template charts.
På.
Yes.
And do you recall you were
No.
asked to provide them to the SPO during the preparation session?
På.
Yes. I brought them with me. They are in my possession. I presented them to you as a working material to assist me in my recollection of events during the preparation session in order to present the structure of different positions. And when you saw that, you asked for it, and you referred to them as documents having been used in a previous trial at the district court in Pristina. And the structure of my brigade.
I'm going to go to those documents. Can I please have on the screens ERN 123264 to 123267, please? The ET has the same ERN with just ET at the end. Witness, this first page, document A, is the template chart for the formation of a KLA brigade command. Is that your signature on the top left? And is this the template that was in your possession that we just discussed?
På.
Yes.
So did you compile organizational charts for any LAP brigades based on this template that you received from the LAP zone command?
På.
Yes.
And when did you compile those charts, if you remember approximately?
Kjo ka qenë një fazë
This was a transitional phase with respect to the development of various components from the platoon level, company level, as I mentioned in July, and at the same time with the positioning with other positions and the joining of other officers to fill in the positions in the chart. So this was a gradual positioning of the staff or staffing of the organigram through time.
Do you mean by that that you kept updating these charts as things developed in the LAP zone?
po gjithë
Yes. This was done following a procedure within the structure. I would make the proposal as a brigade commander for specific posts to be filled in. The deputy commander would conduct an assessment and then appoint staff on specific positions within this organizational chart.
These charts.
të këmbajt kodër të
I kept them in my office, depending on the location where I was stationed. This also kept changing and was moving. We were moving, but I kept them in my office.
One.
you.
No, I didn't need to. When I had meetings at the zone level command, I had them with me. We would discuss specific matters, filling the posts and positions in compliance with the chart.
You said you did not send them to anyone, so you did not send them on to the lab zone command?
Jo ja kom tërgosi, se
I showed them, I discussed with them the issue of officers filling specific posts. They were informed about the appointment of officers to specific posts. I did not do this on my own. I did it with the commander, in cooperation with the commander and deputy commander of the zone and the various sectors of the zone.
Correctly that you did not send the physical chart, but the content of the charts were shared with the zone command, meaning the appointments, the positions, and so on.
one
As in accordance with my responsibilities as brigade commander, within that framework, or towards the end of December when I was chief of staff of the zone, therefore depending on the position I held, I sent and updated the relevant data, informing competent authorities about this. The organizational chart with the eventual modifications or amendments. We have the issue of the civilian defense, which is not reflected here, then BIA, then the medical battalion. So I just mentioned 3 components that are not included in this organizational chart. I am not referring here to the brigade commander, but the zone organizational structure, which was updated with new data. Also, the military police within the brigade.
A second witness. Just to clarify, when you said you informed the competent authorities, just can you clarify exactly who you informed? I'm rereading your answer. Maybe it is clearer if I put it to you fully. You said, I sent and updated the relevant data, informing competent authorities about this, and the organizational chart with the eventual modifications or amendments. Do you remember this answer? I was wondering if you could please clarify, specify competent authorities.
Komandantit zonës
To the zone commander and the deputy zone commander. I did this in cooperation with them, and obviously I informed them.
Page 2, please, ERN 123265 of both documents. Witness, this is document B. Is that your signature on the top left?
på.
Yes.
Is this document the same as a template in the possession of the SPO, SPOE 00119158 that we just discussed?
Men det ser på.
I think so. With the exception of the filled posts indicated in handwritten form.
Template, in fact, which was in your possession, has handwritten names. Can you tell us whose handwriting that is and the additions you made? made.
Kjo është krimi im.
This is my handwriting.
Some handwriting is in black and some in blue. Can you explain the different colors used?
Po ndoshta se kjo ka qenë gjithashtu në zhvillim.
This was in the process of being developed, and following various meetings I held at the zone level with the presence of the zone commander, deputy commander, the brigade 152 commander. This was working material which I updated. It might have been blue or dark color, but it is also possible that when a copy was made, it came out as black, while the original color was blue. Basically, this reflects changes in the organizational chart. This is a working document where I reflected the updated information resulting from the consultations or discussions during those meetings or suggestions. Whereas with respect to you have Brigade 152, 153 here, but they did not exist at that time. So it is possible that these notes were made when I was Chief of Staff, which is in '99.
Said that this was a working document and you made entries across the time. Can you specify the period of time during which you kept, you inserted your handwriting with the different positions and with the changes? If you can confine it to a more specific time frame when you entered, when you put your handwriting.
Kjo është vazhdimsi.
This is a continual process from the moment I was the Chief of Staff, from end of December, beginning of January, until the end of the war.
Brigade 153 would have been added in early 1999, correct? When, in fact, the brigade came into existence.
Yes.
Can we now move to page 3?
Madam Prosecutor, do you mind if I interrupt? The English translation does not appear to show the blue additions in the top right-hand corner, and the blue additions under J6. Is it? I note that the witness signed this version on the 19th of October. Is it possible that some additions have been made on the 19th of October? That's my first question. My second question is, could you provide a full translation, including all amendments which appear?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. To your second question, yes, we will be providing a revised translation also that fits into the page. This was produced for the purposes of today, and it will be looked at again. And with regard to your first question, I will ask the witness. Witness, you heard Judge Gaynor's question. When you provided the document, when you were asked to provide the document to the SPO, which was the 18th of October, and then when you signed it on the 19th of October, did the document already included the annotations that we see in blue in the document, BIA, and the one below BIA that you can please read for us? Meaning, I'll let you answer and then I'll follow up with a more specific question.
No, I cannot be certain about this because this is the formation of the lab operative zone. At the time, I was brigade commander, so this would be out of my competencies.
Is the document as we see it in the original on the left-hand side of the screen? Is this the document, the exact document that you provided to the SPO?
That was taken by the SPO, not that I provided. I was requested to hand it over. Madam Prosecutor, you asked for this document. I did not provide it, to be precise.
My question was whether this is exactly the way the document looked like, even with the blue insertions, like, for example, we...
Yes, correct.
And do you remember when you made those additional insertion, like those in blue? Let's stick with BIA, for example, which is in blue ink.
I think these additions were made when I took on the functions as a Chief of Staff towards the end of December 1998.
And did you make them all? Meaning, is all of the handwriting that we see in this document yours?
Yes, it is my handwriting, with the exception of the template. Everything that is filled in is in my handwriting as far as I remember, and upon reading it, these are all my annotations.
Thank you.
Can we move to the next page, ERN 1232-66 in both languages? Witness, this is document C. Is that your signature on the top left?
Yes.
This chart is.
Following the amendments in conformity with the structure of the brigade.
So this is a more modern, let's say, template of the brigade, correct?
This is what we in reality did, adapting to the organizational structure sent by the General Staff, but also modified as to reflect the specificities that the zone had, which were, as I mentioned, the civilian defense and other aspects that emerged after August 1998.
Who made this chart? Who compiled it?
This chart I already mentioned earlier. In conformity with the template chart sent by the General Staff, we filled in the posts with concrete names of persons at the level of sectors at the level of battalions as well, because at that time, in August 1998, as far as I remember, there was an order by the General Staff to continue or to go up to the level of organization of a battalion.
Did you compile this or contribute to its compilation of this chart?
Po ne e kemi normal kemi dhënë kontributin.
Of course, each and every brigade commander gave their contributions, but always in cooperation and approval of the command of the zone, that is the commander and deputy commander of the zone.
Do the names and positions in the chart reflect the roles of the soldiers in Brigade 151, as we see from the description of the lab zone?
Po,
Yes, these are now officers in various positions. They are no longer ordinary soldiers. And the chart reflects the positions they held at the time.
And I note that you are indicated as the brigade commander, and Commander Arif Muchola is indicated as the deputy commander. So does this chart reflect positions as of December or before December 1998? If you can narrow it down in terms of the period, the time period that is reflected in the chart for roles and names.
This was before December 1998. I mean, this structure with these names. However, there were changes with the arrival of staff, and changes occurred. There was a change in 1999 on the 5th of February due to the wounding of a battalion commander. There was a replacement because the person was no longer able to carry out its function. So he was replaced by Raman Lifai. So it was Ibrahim Demi up to the moment he was wounded, and then he was replaced. And the date is, as I mentioned, the 5th of February, when the new commander took up that function. The documents were more or less similar to the structure of the brigade, with the additions that were made with filling up posts at various organizational level, including names of positions and of personnel.
Thank you. And while we discuss the time frame of the underlying information in the document, can you help us understand when this document was compiled in terms of its physical making? I see it's a computer version. It's a chart rendered on the computer. So I'm talking now about when the actual chart was made.
This was made post-war, after the war. the document that I had as a working material, it was no longer in my possession, but this reflects that working copy. I've lost that working copy, so I only have this one of the lab operational zone. This structure was designed later on, but reflects the reality as far as the posting of different people in various positions is concerned.
Let's move to the last page. This is
Sorry, Madam Prosecutor, I hate to interrupt you again. In the English translation, under Commander, I don't see the words Nuruddin Abishi Leka. And under Deputy Commander, I don't see the words Arif Mucholi Profa. So could I perhaps ask you to produce a revised English translation?
Of course, Your Honor, you're correct. We will be providing a revised translation of the whole document.
Thank you. And because you've raised the point, I'll raise my point as well. In the English translation, I don't know if it has any significance, but it uses dotted lines in the middle of the page that don't appear in the original. I don't know if that has any significance, but if it could just match the original, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Of course, the revised translation will be revised. I will move to the next page of the document, ERN 123267 in both languages. This is document D. Witness, is your signature on the top left?
Cool.
Yes.
The chart is, and who made it, who compiled it?
Po kjo flet për
This reflects an organization approved by the General Staff with the specificities, as I said, to reflect the lab operational zone with the changes that match the lab operational zone.
So I understand you compiled it pursuant to the template received and that we just discussed.
po.
Yes.
Chart compiled.
Ky dizajn është bë pas.
This chart was compiled after the war in cooperation with the commander and the deputy commander and some other members in order to formalize it as to say, since many documents got lost and we wanted to describe the reality, the positions filled in that reflects the organizational structure and the staffing of the positions with the relevant persons.
Did you compile this chart or contributed to its compilation together with the deputy commander and the commander?
Komandanti, zënës
Deputy commander, and some others whom I don't recall right now.
So you did contribute to this. That the answer is yes.
Po.
And by
Yes.
Deputy Commander Kadri Castrati and Commander Rustem Mustafa, correct?
Po.
Yes.
So the position indicated, they reflect the roles and names in the LAP zone and what period of time?
Kjo gjithashtu ka qenë progres, tash s'mund
This also was in the process of being developed and changed, but it refers to the period near to the end of the war.
Can you narrow it down? Is it the first half of 1999, or can you be a bit more specific if you can?
Po, mendoj fundi I luftës ka qenë me
The end of the war is marked by the day 12th June 1999.
You mean that the underlying information was last updated in June 1999?
po.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would tender the SPO documents, the pages discussed with the witness, which are SPOE 00119158 and 9159 as public exhibits, together with the corresponding English translations.
Any objection to those two? Zero zero 119 159 and 158.
I don't have any objection, but I will have a question about one of them for the prosecution before cross-examination begins, but we can do it outside the presence of the witness before cross begins.
Anybody else? No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
00119 159 and 00119 158 are both admitted.
Your Honor, those two pages will be assigned Exhibit P01764, and I understand they can be reclassified to public.
Yes, they can. Thank you. With regard to the other copies, Your Honors, I would ask that ERN 3264 to 67, of which the SPO is tendering pages 2 to 4, 123265 to 123267, which were granted addition to the exhibit list, pending a revised translation that we will be providing today. I would ask that they be MFI'd at this stage and then replaced with an exhibit number once the English translation is ready, and they can be public exhibits.
Any objection?
So I have no objection to MFIing them. I amend my earlier comment. My question is going to be about 123265. With respect to the updating the translations, the one on the screen, we just have an additional observation when the updated translation comes, which is the line in the original from the Chief of Staff straight down seems to be off in the original, and if that could be corrected. And then the boxes indicating the medical service and the public information service in the original have broken lines around them, and the translation has solid lines. Again, I don't know if that has any significance to the witness or not, but if it could be reflective accurately, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Of course, the revised translation will reflect the chart as it is, will also, if possible, technically be fit into one page, because I think now it's split on two. So yes, we will provide a revised translation according to these observations.
4 pages, ERN 123264 through 267 will be marked MFI.
Your Honor, the number to be assigned to the MFI will be P01765.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes my questions. Witness, thank you for your attention. Thank you, Your Honors, and I concluded my examination.
First document that was submitted or was admitted needs to be reclassified as public?
Yes, I indicated it could be
Yes.
public, yes.
So it is. Cross-examination. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Your Honour was going to rule on our application. Can I ask that that's done in the absence of the witness, and following Your Honour's ruling, I may have a short submission to make to you.
Please escort the witness out of the room. We'll take a short break, witness. You'll be back in just a few minutes.
Mr. President, before that, those submissions, now that the witness is out of the room, if I could just pose my question to the prosecution. On Exhibit P1765 MFI, page 123265, it's the question that Judge Gaynor asked about the difference in the blue ink additions. The witness on questioning from the prosecution testified, and this is at page, let's see, page 14 of the provisional transcript, lines 7 to 11, when asked when the additions were made, said that they were made in December of '98. And I was wondering if that's the prosecution's position as well, because to me it seems that the signature of 19 October 2024 is made in the same ink as the additional addition. So does the prosecution submit that those were made during the preparation session, or does it have any position at all on whether this was, because I'll ask him questions about it then, but.
Your Honour's defense is free to explore this in cross-examination. I think to follow up questions that I asked after Judge Gaynor asked me to clarify with the witness, I think it was clear on the record that those additions were made all by the witness and in that time framing, not recently.
Okay, but
I don't have the transcript references, but you're free to explore that.
May I, Mr. President? I know he said that, but if you look at the page, it's the same ink, and then there's going to be questions by me on how a photocopy of in black and white of a document made in December of '98 also has blue ink of additions that were made in December of '98, if you follow what I'm saying. So it seems a little confusing, but okay, I'll explore it in cross-examination.
Subject of cross-examination.
Yeah, thank you.
That way you'll have something to ask. Mr. Laws, you can make your submission.
Your Honour has my 18th notification of wish to cross-examine witnesses, which sets out our position. I think I'm right, I hope I'm right in saying that there's been no defence objection to the 18th notification, so I don't know how much further Your Honour wishes me to take it. I wish to cross-examine in respect of 2 witnesses.
Mr. Dixon's on his feet. Let's see what he
can Yes, I thought, John, before we go into to say that there is a matter that we did wish to raise. So if Mr. Laws does wish to outline his reasons for his notification, and then if I could be given an opportunity to respond, please.
It's not intended as a criticism, but the practice so far has been for notifications to be in writing and for objections to be in writing, which leads Your Honour and Your Honour's colleagues to be in a position in which you can rule as you have done with no oral submissions. But of course, we wait to hear what Mr. Dixon says. I'm conscious that we're going to do this part in public session. We may need to move to private in just a moment. But the position of Victims' Counsel is set out in paragraph 7 in respect of this witness W4758. It so happens that his interviews relate to two victims participating in the proceedings, and he has relevant evidence to give in relation to both. This witness knew both of them, and this witness was present at the site at which they were both detained. And in both, in respect of both of the participating victims, I wish to explore some of the background to their detention about which this witness can testify. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, you can respond.
Yes, thank you. It's not an objection per se. If there was an objection, we would have done that in writing. It's a conduct of proceedings point, which is that in paragraph 7, yes, it does outline the two victims who the relevant questions are going to go to. My concern is that the way it's put suggests that there's going to be an effort made to impeach the witness. It sets it out as there are marked differences between what the victims have said and what this witness has said. We have no objection to exploring, as your previous order has said, no objection to exploring questions about harm, what the witness knows, but it's not for victims' counsel in these proceedings to be able to challenge the credibility of the witness. The witness has been called by the prosecution as a witness of truth. The prosecution is free to examine all aspects. These aspects haven't been examined. No hostility has been determined. So it's not for victims' counsel to essentially play a tag team of then attacking the witness after the prosecution has called the witness. And it's then for the defense to decide how they're going to approach the evidence that has been presented. So it's simply laying down a marker that there shouldn't be any effort made to impeach the witness. Open-ended questions about harm and the consequences and remedies, as has been set out in your order, are totally within the bounds of that order, but nothing beyond that is our submission.
May I reply to that? As it happens, it's not my intention to impeach this witness, and the differences in relation to the account that Mr. Dixon refers to are provided by this witness on the strength of information that was given to him by others. So it's not going to be a question of impeaching him, but rather asking a couple of questions about the reliability of the information that was given to him, which is markedly different from the testimony that the individual concerned gave to Your Honours. That's the point. So there's no question of impeachment. But secondly, as to the wider issue that's raised, and what Mr. Dixon referred to as the marker that he's putting down, but may I put one down too, which is we strongly disagree that it would be inappropriate for victims' counsel to impeach a witness if such a situation arose. We don't need to deal with it today for the reasons that I've set out, but there's nothing in the order on the conduct of proceedings or elsewhere in the law that says that victims' counsel can't, on behalf of a victim, where appropriate and with the panel's leave, address an issue of a witness's truthfulness. Nor should there be. There's no question of us playing in some way a tag team game with the prosecution. Not at all. The position is that sometimes, and it may be that in the future such a situation does arise, the interests of the victims and the interests of the prosecution don't overlap. And that is a situation in which we submit perfectly proper for us, in the course of representing the victims, to take a different line. If the position were to be that we always had to follow what the prosecution had in mind for a witness, then there would be very little point in us being here.
Thank you. All right, for now, we'll just say markers well put, and we'll decide those issues in the future. Your application to question the witness is sustained, and we will take that up right away.
Well, thank you. May I just raise a matter in private session, please?
Yes, into private session.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Go ahead, Mr. Laws.
Mr. Bishi, as you know, I represent the victims in this case, and I'm going to ask you about two men, both of whom you knew before the war and whom you met again when they were detained. Do you understand?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I do.
Man, we are, as you know, going to refer to as person one. All right?
Oh, must
Yes, I was explained this in private session.
Person one was somebody who you had known since roughly the early 1990s, I think.
Monte.
It could be.
You, in fact, came from the same area originally.
Oh,
Yes.
And later, you were colleagues.
io
No. Because to my recollection, he worked the customs for a while. And I don't know when did he join the police force. So he moved from the customs service to the police force. I don't know when and what position he had.
Just a moment, but you had had a distinguished career in law enforcement before the war, had you not?
oh,
Correct.
I'm going to try to refresh your memory. At some point he had joined the police force and you had met him in that context. Does that refresh your memory?
io vetëm në momentin
No. Only at the moment when person one was detained, I understood that he worked at the police. Up until that moment, I was still thinking that he was working as a customs officer.
Let's try and refresh your memory in another way. Could I have, please, on the screen P01755.9, and in the English it's page 6, and in the Albanian it's page 5. Whilst that's being put up, Mr. Bish, it's a long time ago, but I'm going to show you the description that you gave of this in your interview with the SPO in 2019. And if you look on the Albanian, starting at line 22, so the Albanian will need to go, yes, thank you. And in the English, it's lines 6 to 11. So I'm just going to read it for you. And you're talking here, just to orientate you, about the time that person one was in detention, and there were discussions about him being released. And you said, so the message I wanted to send through was that apart from the fact that person one is a Serbian police official, that doesn't mean that he has done anything bad towards Albanians, because to my knowledge he has not. he was a former colleague of mine. He worked at the customs, and then later on he worked at Kosovo police, and he was in really good terms with all the communities. Does that bring the chronology or the sequence of events back to your mind?
Paul?
Yes.
And we can please just pause there. All right. Yes, this should not be broadcast. I should have made that clear, and I can see that people are ahead of me. Thank you. Now, you've agreed that that's brought the chronology back to mind. He had become a police officer whilst you were in the police. He rose, you may recall, to the rank of inspector, in fact. Do you remember that?
Paul?
I cannot give you a timeline because I was dismissed from the police force in the 90s. Therefore, I received this information or data from the military police who informed me about the case. And in which case I understood that he was a police inspector. I knew his conduct was proper as a customs officer. And I was told he was a police inspector, but in general terms, since I was dismissed from the police force by the occupier, I did not know how he was appointed or promoted. However, the military police informed me that he was a police inspector. I also know that while this person was working as a customs officer, but also later within the police force, he had a good communication with the citizens. He was not, there was no information about any violations committed by him or any complaints by residents or citizens of any community.
That clear in the passage that I've read to you, where you do also say he was a former colleague of mine. and I'm going to stress to you the position is that although you, as you say, were dismissed from the police force, there was a period when the two of you were both working as police officers, and perhaps it's for that reason that you referred to him as a former colleague of yours. Do you think that might be right?
You?
No, that's not correct, because to my recollection, when I was a police officer, he was not a member of the police force, he worked for the customs. Then I understood from the military police that at a later stage he was a police inspector, but I also knew from as general knowledge that he worked for the police. But to my knowledge, he was not, and to my recollection, he was not a colleague of mine, as during the period of time I worked as a police officer until the 90s. I wouldn't know when he moved from the customs to the police force. I am referring to the period of time up to the 90s. Now, my knowledge is based on those current circumstances and the information provided to me by the military police, namely Hüsritala, who said that this is about a police inspector named A or number 1, as we refer to.
In the same page, please, to line 20 in the English and I'm so sorry, the next page, do forgive me, page 6. If we could go down to line 20 in the English, and it's the top of the page in the Albanian, line 1. Staying with the topic of him being in detention, you said, so though he was police staff within the police structure, it appeared that he had not, knowledge arrived that he had not done anything bad towards Albanians or to anything bad to Albanians. Is that what you're referring to when you say that you received this information from the military police about person 1?
Yes. Based on what I heard and based on the knowledge I had.
Do you know why he had been arrested then?
Because he was a police official of the Serbian occupying regime in Kosovo.
And for that reason he was regarded as being, if I can put it this way, a fair target. Is that right?
That is a matter that was assessed as such by the civilian structure, and as a result of this assessment, he was arrested.
I want to look with you at another document, please. May we have on the screen U008, and again, not for broadcast, U008-1625 to U008-1625 ET, and in the Albanian it's U008-1602-U008-1636, and in the Albanian is a long document. It's at page U0081625, and it's halfway down the page on the right-hand side. Yes, if we can perhaps get just a little bit closer to the Albanian. Thank you. So this is an item that was published on the 23rd of November 1998, and you can see that it relates to person 1, although it misspells his name. And I just want to ask you 1 or 2 questions about it. Have a chance to read it first, by all means, Mr. Ibishi. Again, did I say not for public broadcast? Yes, thank you. have you seen this document before, Mr. Obishi?
Io.
No.
First of all, do you know who the Information Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army were? What was it?
First of all, there was no information directorate as it is mentioned here. If we're referring to the subzone, there was an information center for the subzone.
It's not clear that we're talking about the Information Directorate of the LAP subzone. It says that it's the Information Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Do you know anything about that institution?
It is specified here in the title, the sub-zone of the LAP operative zone. We did not have such a directorate within the Kosovo Liberation Army. It was not reflected in the chart. Now, I have limited information because this would then appear to be a communique of the LAP operative subzone based on the title, if you read the title. Now, we did not have such a directorate. We had a sector for the information service.
Title, if we look at the Albanian article, the title is in the LAP operational subzone at the top. But then when we get to the text, it's not talking about something that is specific to the lab zone. It's talking about something calling itself the Information Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army, isn't it?
I had no knowledge where was this directorate based, within the zone or somewhere else.
You didn't, obviously, because you've never seen this document, you didn't put out a press release about person one, did you?
Since the title refers to the LAP's operative subzone, I thought this must be a LAP operative zone communique. Now, the time mentioned here, November 98, is a time when I was commander of Brigade 151, Zahir Bayazidi.
Question again, you didn't put out a press release of this kind, did you?
No, because first of all, this was not part of my prerogatives. I was commander of Brigade 151, Zahir Bayazidi. So this sort of information being released was not part of my prerogatives. It is, however, true that I was one of the people who, upon a request from the KDOM and our representative, the representative of the KLA, Mr. Adem Demaci, it was requested that that individual should be released from detention. He was released, and he praised the people and the conditions of his detention in the LAP operative zone. Now, the content about the information here is more of a nature that regards the civilian structures who dealt with this. Again, upon the request and with our approval, he was released. And in front of the media and the public opinion, he had only good words about his detention in La Pastille, and he expressed it and stated that this was conducted in compliance with the second additional protocol to the four Geneva Conventions. I think that he had absolutely no remark or complaints in this regard. It's important to underline this.
Mr. Rubisch, I didn't interrupt you, but that's not the question that I'm asking for your help with. And the judges have heard plenty of evidence about the release of person one. Let me just go back to this. As far as you are aware, this document was not released by any of your colleagues in the LAP operational zone. Could you answer that question, yes or no?
I did not see this document. I cannot comment on it.
Say that you don't know who the Information Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army were or what it was as an organisation. Is that right?
I don't know, because I'm within my prerogatives. I can speak for the LAB operative zone, and specifically in my capacity as Commander of Brigade 151 Zahir Payazidi. I cannot speak for matters that go beyond that.
How it was that 6 days later, the Information Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army appeared to know that person one had been arrested. You can't help us with that from the sound of what you're saying.
I can't help you with that because I was informed coincidentally and about the circumstances of his arrest. I also know that our political representative at Demdemaci got involved in his release, and that is my statement.
And he was released because it was partly because it was clear that, in fact, as you have told us, he was a man who had done no harm to the Albanian community and who was respected as a man who was fair to both communities and a decent police officer. And that was part of the reason why it was appropriate to release him. Is that not correct?
I must add, though, that his arrest did not depend on us. It depended on the information in the possession of the civilian defense concerning various actions of specific persons, in this case person one, who's included as a person arrested amongst a group of bandits and collaborationists who were suspected of having robbed and looted the Albanian people and evacuated Albanian villages. So this was a suspicion raised by the civilian defense in his regard. And once his release was requested, we confirmed that those suspicions maybe were unsubstantiated, and he was released. Therefore, the content of this report is not extraordinary in itself. The practice was that the civilian defense would be the first responder, first to react to suspicions of or suspected individuals of being collaborationists or anything. Once the necessary verifications are conducted for his or her detention, then that person would be released. All this is done in full compliance with Protocol 75, the second additional Protocol 7585 of the 4 Geneva Conventions. Therefore, in accordance with the Geneva Conventions, the process was that this person was brought as the case was initiated by the civilian defense, and upon verifications that were conducted, it was established that this person is not guilty of any of those suspicions, and therefore was released.
Before you go further, and I don't mean to instruct you what to do, but would you clarify with the witness, if you may, what he refers to when he refers to the civilian structure and the civilian defense? I'd be most grateful.
I'm very happy to. Thank you, Honour. You heard, no doubt, Judge Matro's suggestion to me, which I adopt. Could you tell us what you mean by the civilian structure and the civilian defense, who you've told us are responsible for deciding to bring people in so they can be evaluated, in effect? Could you just help us with that?
Well, in the framework of the prerogatives of the LAP operative zone and the defense and the civilians in the zone, we had the responsibility to protect them from the collaborationists of the enemy, because in the 90s, the intelligence services and the Serbian police developed a network of collaborators. For this reason, the decision was left that within the framework of the civilian defense, and upon their request regarding some individuals suspected of collaborating with occupying Serb structures or forces, so they identified some persons, and the procedure was to go through the brigade commander, the military police, until the detention center in Lapashtic. This was the procedure when there were grounds for suspicions for a specific person.
Mr. Bishi, can I just try and summarize the position before we move on to deal with a completely different individual? Is what you're saying that there was a suspicion that person one might be involved in wrongdoing? He was brought in, there was some sort of investigation, and it was decided that he had done nothing wrong, so he should be released. Is that a fair summary in relation to person one?
Paul?
Yes.
Then you'd agree with me that when we look back at what the Information Directorate of the Kosovo Liberation Army had to say about person one, and if we look at the second paragraph, it was announced that person one, a Serb security inspector, who was the main organizer of all looting in Lap, has also been detained. That's rather a different picture from saying that there was some suspicion about him and that after an investigation he had been cleared and then released. Do you agree with me, Mr. Ibishi?
Your Honor, I would object. The witness has said many times he knows nothing about this document, nothing about the organizations mentioned in it, and he can't answer any questions about it.
Overruled, go ahead.
He knows what it says.
I overruled the objection, go ahead.
Everybody knows what he says because we can read it in court.
Would you like me to repeat the question, Mr. Ibishi, or did you follow it?
I understand it. You should know that when there is grounds for suspicion, we at the LAP organized operational zone, we didn't have investigative bodies, we didn't have investigative judges or courts to process a certain case. In relation to this person, there was grounded suspicion that he was involved in a case or organization that is described here. However, we, in this case and in many other cases, due to the lack of investigative authorities, we released these persons so that later on, once Kosovo was liberated, they'd be processed in relation to these actions or acts. So what we did was a temporary detention. We would inform the persons for the reasons of their detention. And when there was awareness and knowledge that that person could be released, that person would be released. We did not have regular judiciary authorities. We proceeded the path that you described, and once we were convinced that this person would no longer deal or be involved in such acts, we would release him with the intention that that person is later processed legally, that is, once Kosovo was liberated.
Mr. Ibishi, thank you. I'm not going to interrupt you because it's important that you have your say, but I hope the question was clear, and I'm going to try to pose it again. If you wouldn't mind just listening to it. You agreed with me that the position was that after some sort of investigation, it was decided that person one had done nothing wrong, and so he should be released. And the question that I have is, do you agree with me that the paragraph that we looked at in the document from the 23rd of November gives an entirely different view of the status of person one and of his guilt? It does, doesn't it?
I guess I have to repeat it again. We didn't deal with the aspect of someone being guilty or innocent.
Let's not get back into the process. This statement from the document of the 23rd of November puts the position entirely differently from a man having been detained on suspicion, cleared of any wrongdoing, and released, doesn't it? That's a fair summary of the position. This is a totally different picture of that man's culpability, isn't it?
Ja, nu pratar på Thaçi. Thaçi.
No, we do not speak about guilt. Guilt can be confirmed by a court. We didn't have competent authorities to do that based on grounded suspicion that this person was involved. Therefore, there was a conviction on our part that that person was not a bad person, did not show any negative conduct in the past, and in a hypothetical situation, later on, this person and others, if there was grounded suspicion, be brought before courts that would establish whether they were guilty or not about those acts. We, within the KLA, had no authority to confirm somebody's guilt. There was the general conviction, as I said, at the time based on which the person would be released, and if that person had responsibility or was grounded suspicion that he was responsible, then he would be processed later on before a court. And then the court would prove whether he was involved in any criminal activity or form of other collaboration.
I'm going to move on, but I'm just going to give you an opportunity to comment on this. The reality is that somebody had decided to tell lies about person one, hadn't they, in this document?
I don't understand you.
Understand me? That the man who was cleared of any wrongdoing, reported by the military police to be a man who was fair to both communities and had done nothing wrong, wasn't a man who was also the main organizer of all looting in the lab. It was somebody telling a lie about him, wasn't it?
Ja, you lose them.
Please, you're making me repeat myself. We did not have investigative authorities. We didn't have a court. There was suspicion, grounded suspicion that this person could have been involved in such activity. We did not clear him of wrongdoings. We, in a form, had the conviction or this general opinion that this person should be released because of his good relations with the community. However, we do not possess the exact information about his activities or collaboration with his group of bandits or collaborators. So you are asking me about something inexistent. What I'm saying is that this person was brought by the civilian defense based on the suspicion. Following discussions with structures of the KLA and of the LAP organizational zone, it was established that he had a good and fair relations with the communities, but we did not rule on his case. We did not bring a decision as to his guilt or innocence.
Talking about you, I'm talking about the author of this document, who is saying, in black and white, Mr. Ibishi, that person one was the main organizer of all looting in Lap, and there was no basis to make that assertion, and therefore, as I have suggested to you, and as I invite you to agree for a last time, someone had been telling lies about person one.
Nogmaals zeg hem, so
I cannot say that they were lies or truths. These are things to be determined by courts, and courts are to decide on the extent of involvement of such persons. So this is something to be processed by courts, to be it is not something that can be established hypothetically. As I said, we had this general conviction that this person had to be released because of his good conduct and his non-discriminatory conduct, but we were not the organ to decide on his involvement in the activities he was suspected of.
That much further. May I tender this document, please, Your Honour?
Any objection to the document?
Yes, Your Honours, we do object. Your Honours have already in a bar table motion of 27 July 2023 said that this document could not be admitted on the basis that it's unclear from where the information in this item originates. That hasn't been made any clearer today. In fact, it's been made less clear. This witness has made it absolutely clear he doesn't know the source of this document. And you've then said, Your Honours, rightly, it would therefore benefit from further contextualization from a witness. It doesn't get contextualized by a witness saying, I have no information about the context. So you're in no better position when you ruled on your bar table motion, and therefore you shouldn't change that position today. If there's a witness who can talk about the source of this document and the information, that witness can be brought by the prosecution.
May I reply?
We obviously join in that objection.
May I reply to that?
Yes, go ahead.
The source of the information is, in my use of the document, not relevant at all. The fact is that an organisation called the Information Directorate of the KLA was, on my case, putting out very serious lies about person one. And there's a proper basis for saying that they were misrepresenting the position because, as this witness has testified, the internal process of the KLA had given him effectively a clean bill of health. So I'm interested not in the source of it, I'm interested in the fact that it was being put into the public domain in this way, just 6 days after person one was detained, but by something called the Information Directorate, about which we have heard something in this case and may hear more. Can I just add, and it's not the only time that we have seen a communique or a press release being used to alter the factual position in relation to victims who I represent, and it's something which we on their behalf, we say, are entitled to comment on at the end of this case.
May I respond?
Sure.
Sorry, briefly. With all due respect, the purpose for which Victims' Counsel wants to use the document doesn't change the fact that there's no foundation for the document in the first place. And we still maintain the same position that the trial panel took in establishing that we need to have a witness who can actually talk about the document and where it comes from. This, I agree with my learned friend, Mr. Dixon, that this witness has only added further confusion about the origins of this document.
We'll mark this MFI and make a determination and then make our decision.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just to confirm, it concerns only the page on the screen because the Albanian is a larger document.
In the Albanian, I just want the section which is from the newspaper. Yes, thank you very much.
That excerpt will be assigned number V8, marked for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Finally, Mr. Vice, I want to ask you just a few questions about Milovan Stankovic, and you'll remember him.
Oh,
Yes.
And on the 2nd of August of 1998, he was detained and brought in, and it so happened that you were there when he was brought in, were you not?
oh,
Yes, I was.
One another, because you had met him at your brother's house, because your brother had had some business dealings with him in relation to wood that had been cut from the forests. Do you remember that?
kjo është gënjeshtër.
This is a lie. Pure lie.
Mr. Stankovic before?
Absolutisht as kam dëgjuar.
Absolutely not. Not even heard of him.
Really?
Deri në momentin kur e kam takuar,
From the up to the moment I met him arrested.
It doesn't matter. That
do
you-
ka rëndësi si thoni,
It is important because you say we brought him. He attacked our positions in Potok. It is not the same thing. Let's say, hypothetically, this premises have their remit of security. If somebody attacks it, of course that person will be arrested. Now, how can the soldier tell him whether he was wearing a paramilitary or military uniform? He was in the uniform of a forester, and he was lucky to have survived. I'm just responding to your question. He was not brought. He was someone who attacked our positions in Potok, who was armed. He was arrested, and he was lucky. When it comes to the reciprocity of the use of weapons.
Thank you, witness. Go ahead.
So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about that in a moment, but just so you understand, I didn't mean anything by brought in other than having been arrested elsewhere, he was brought in and you happened to be there at the time. That's all. I'm not suggesting anything else. I hope that's clear to you now.
ai ka sulmu pozicionet tona.
He attacked our positions. We should understand each other. I want to be clear. We did not go to arrest him or bring him in. He was the one who attacked us.
Look at that, shall we? You were not present at the time that he was detained, and you're relying on the accounts that you were given by the soldiers who had encountered him in the forest and arrested him. That's correct, isn't it?
Jo, edhe ju po
No. And you're adding here that they came across him. I have the report from the unit, and the report says that he attacked the position and was brought in Baigora. I was at the time in Baigora and happened to be there when he was brought in the barracks in Baigora.
let me make it clear. And the account that you have given of the reason that he was arrested is based on the accounts that those soldiers gave to you. Is that correct?
Jag står på Eprori i Pikasit, kommandant I tåget.
Not soldiers, but an officer, the platoon commander.
And you were told that this forester, who would have been 49 years old at the time, had, on his own, attacked a KLA position that was manned by 4 men armed with automatic weapons when he was armed only with his pistol. That's a summary of what you were told, isn't it?
Absolut.
That's correct.
From a military point of view, does it sound like a viable or even sensible action for this 49-year-old forester to have undertaken?
John, I object to that. I mean, he can't answer from a military point of view as an expert. He's a fact witness.
Overruled. Go ahead.
From a military point of view, does it sound like a viable or even sensible action to undertake?
I am giving you an example, an hypothetical example. Say somebody comes armed within the parameter of these premises. How will the security act in that case? This is similar to the situation with him. He went to the positions where the KLA soldiers were. I was informed that he went to those positions and pulled out his weapons, and he was arrested. Now, how were they supposed to act in that situation? And in such a stressful situation, how can you tell what kind of uniform that person is wearing, starting from the uniforms of the police, army, paramilitary forces? And they could not tell whether it was one or more persons in that forest part. So I think that what they did was the right thing, that they arrested him and brought him to the barracks. What else can you do in such a situation, according to you?
I'm just going to ask you the question one more time. From a military point of view, does it sound like a viable or even sensible action for this 49-year-old forester to have undertaken?
I'm saying that what they did was the right thing based on the report that was made and the factual description. What else was supposed to be done by them, according to you?
Did you, by any chance, follow Mr. Stankovic's testimony in this court?
Perhaps partly. I do not recall it in its entirety. And please, regarding this lie that my brother had dealings with cutting wood with him, that is made up by him. It's not that this was said by Stankovic, it could have been anybody else, but the truth is that my brother never dealt with transportation of wood. So please, can you tell me the basis for this claim, or are you basing this claim only on Stankovic's statement?
Just let me ask you just a couple of questions. We're just going to finish in time for the break. I'm going to refer to the transcript at page 5005. It's the transcript for the 19th of June of 2023, and the quotation starts at line 16. This is what Mr. Stankovic said. He said, "When I got there were all of a sudden 4 men just came out of nowhere with automatic weapons. I raised my arms. They approached me, they blindfolded me and tied my hands behind my back." That's his account of being arrested. Did you happen to see that in the part of his testimony that you followed, Mr. Ibishi?
Jag ska komma på.
No, I didn't.
Last question. Do you think it might be possible that given the rather more dramatic account that you were provided with by your men about the circumstances of his arrest, do you think it might be possible that they had somewhat exaggerated their heroism and skill in detaining this 49-year-old forester?
I'm not the one to call it heroic action. They did what their duty was. As to Stankovic's statement, I don't know whether it's true or not. I received the report from the officer who was present there, and from his description and report, I think that what they did was the right thing. As to Stankovic's statement, that's his statement. He was brought under the obligation to be brought to the detention room in the barracks without any violence used against him.
Thank you.
Thank you, witness. It's time for our morning break. We will take a half hour. We'll call you back to the courtroom at 11:30. Please do not speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom, and we'll see you back here at 11:30.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. Mr. Abishi, next we have questions from the Defense Counsel, beginning with Mr. Misitich, representing the Thaçi Defense. Please give him your attention. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Abishi. My name is Luka Misitich. I am Defense Counsel for Hashim Thaçi.
Good morning.
For you.
Thank you.
By asking you about a document that was shown to you by Madam Prosecutor this morning, and if we could please call up Exhibit P01764 MFI, please, at page 123265.
I believe the exhibit number is 1765 MFI.
I'm sorry, what? Yes, it is. 1765, yes. If we could go to the next page, please. Now, witness, I'm drawing your attention to the marks on the original document that appear to be in blue ink that Judge Gaynor asked some questions about. And on today's provisional transcript at page 14, lines 7 to 11, in answer to the prosecutor, you said that you believe the markings, including references to BIA in the upper right-hand corner and some markings below the name Tony, were made in December of 1998. Did I understand you correctly, or do you wish to change that?
This was a working document which was continually being amended or worked on. From following each meetings, after which we had new ideas or proposals, so I am not able to give you an exact or specific date to answer your question.
And that the portions of the document that are in black may have been written during the war, but I'm specifically interested in the markings that are in blue. And if you look in the upper left-hand corner, it appears to be the same pen, and you dated it 19 October 2024 in the upper left-hand corner. Am I correct that you made the other markings in blue on that page on the right-hand side of the document on the same day that you signed the document in the left-hand corner of the page?
Yes. And the others, if you look at the main column, Brigade 151, 152, 153, the brigades and the civilian defense, these were added to the chart earlier, and then when they were photocopied, they came out as in black color, whereas originally they were marked in blue. This is why I'm saying I am not able to tell you exactly when these markings were made. This was working material we used during the meetings with the zone commander, deputy commander of the zone, and the staff, with regards to assigning or making appointments to specific posts.
Please zoom in on the middle to right-hand side of the page so he can see the color distinctions. Can we zoom in a little bit more, please? So, witness, I don't know if you can see that better now, but where it's written Brigade 151, 152, 153, that's in black. And then in the next to it, a little bit above it, there are more markings there. For example, I can make out the word Rama. That's in blue.
Oh.
I'm
Yes.
in blue that we see there. And if we could show them the upper left-hand corner of the screen, please. And that's in blue. Did you make those markings on the same day that you made this marking, meaning signature and date? Is it the same day?
Yours.
No, this was much earlier, during the contemporaneous time of the war.
Again, where we zoomed in earlier. Can you explain how, when a photocopy is made, how the rest of the document was in black and this remained blue?
This occurred because the earlier ones, when they were copies were made to be distributed to other participants in the meetings. Those who were in blue color came out as black, and the markings in blue are made in the successive meetings afterwards.
All right, let me turn to a different topic. We can take that down. Before you joined the KLA, you had military training, correct?
Yes.
Police technical school.
I completed all the police trainings, both in former Yugoslavia and police trainings conducted by the OSCE and within the Kosovo Police Service starting from 1999.
With the Victims Council, you ultimately became a police officer. And my question to you is, you did not experience any issues in the KLA because of your former JNA military background or your police background, correct?
Correct.
The SPO that there were that the KLA, quote, was generally open to accepting, sorry, I'll be more specific. You said, and this is at part 2, page 5 of your interview, you said, we had many military officials that were within our group. We were quite liberal. We were really open. What I mean by this is that we were really open to accepting officials and officers that came with experience. And we were quite liberal towards who approached us and who we accepted, in the sense that they could have been from the Yugoslavian army. They could have been from all sorts of places. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Express any hostility towards former officers of the JNA? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Jump ahead here. By the time you joined the KLA in June of '98, Commander Remy was already the commander of the lap zone. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you told the SPO that when you joined the KLA, you did not know who the overall commander of the KLA was. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At part 1, page 21 of your SPO interview, you said, when asked about the connections between the zone and the general staff, you said we didn't have any physical connections, or they were geographically, there was a huge distance geographically, so there was no physical communication. Is that correct?
Exakt.
That's correct.
SPO that the contacts with the quote general headquarters, close quote, weren't frequent at that time. Is that right?
Ja, operatörmöte.
That's correct. And from what I can remember, we only had 2 visits during the war from the General Staff in August and October 1998.
You also said that while you tried to establish radio communication, it proved difficult because of the terrain and distances. Is that correct?
And I would add the security safety measures, because a large part of the area was under Serbian occupying forces control. And from the security and safety perspective, this traveling from this point to another point was difficult, considering the dangers one would have to face.
During your SPO interview, you told the SPO that all senior command positions within the LAP zone were proposed by Commander Remy. Is that correct?
Ja, så det gjorde.
Correct, to my knowledge, yes.
Something that was said by Commander Remy, and ask for your comment on it, and this is Exhibit P188, please, at page SPOE 000-53301. And in Albanian, it is at page SPOE 00330258. This is from Commander Remy's book, War for Kosovo. Page 6 of the PDF, please. Yes. Yes. So if we read that paragraph that's on the screen, the question is, meanwhile, at Shala of Baigora, the LAP KLA began its exercises. When and how did that come about? Who were the first to attend, and who were the superiors? And Commander Remy says, that was sometime in April that we decided to go up to the mountain in May and begin our training exercises. We took all the necessary measures at once and appointed people in charge for the villages who would be mobilizing the people. I will mention some of the persons in charge, such as Kadri Avdiu, Sabri Hamiti, Ali Potera, Bechir Hairizi, and a number of other activists throughout the villages, who at the time we considered as verified for carrying out the mobilization. Then he goes on, towards the end. Hamid Hamiti was appointed as a rear person in charge, namely for logistics, who would be taking care of registration, and also a person in charge of general mobilization who was appointed. Muhammad Lutifiu, who was later to attain the duty of the commander for civil defense. At that time, the zone staff had been established. I was the zone commander, and Latif Gashi, Fatmir Humoli, Hizri Talia, Seidi Rama, and Avdi Kichmari were staff members. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
About the situation in May 1998, is that how you understand it?
Po ashtu, ky referat.
Yes, that's correct.
Situation you found in the lap zone when you joined in June of 1998 in terms of the command structure?
Po, vetëm I shtohet këtu
I would add to this the arrival of the Deputy Commander Kadri Castrati. But other than that, it's correct.
lidhja ime ka qenë
And my connection here was Huzuri Tala. I was in contact with him at that time. I hadn't joined yet, but I was in contact with Huzuri Tala.
And to the best of your knowledge, is it correct that these appointments were made before, to the best of your knowledge, the general staff had come to the lap zone?
po.
Yes, before.
In preparation note 2, at paragraph 9, you said something similar. You said that Zahir Payaziti was one of the firsts, together with Rustem Mustafa, Fatmir Humoli, Hizri Tala, and others who tried to organize and structure the KLA in the lap zone and more widely. Is that what you told the SPO last week?
Po.
Yes.
Ndoshta krejt ja pas
Maybe I was not able to mention all of them, but yes.
Commander Remy, Mr. Mustafa, testified
jo
publicly in this court in July of 2023, and I'd like to read you a portion of what he testified and ask if you agree. And this is from trial transcript, page 5500, lines 3 to 19. He identifies who the commanders of the brigades were. He says they were Izri Shabani from the beginning to the end. He was the commander of Brigade 151. Nuruddin Ibishi was initially the commander of Brigade 152, and then Arif Mucholi succeeded him. Seidi Vaseli was the commander initially of Brigade 153, and then Adem Shehu. Now, would you care to comment on Commander Remy's testimony there?
po, vetëm se fillimisht janë
First, I was the commander of Brigade 151. Idris Shabani, Commander Uta, was commander of Brigade 152, and Seidi Veseli was deputy commander, but at the same time acting commander of Brigade 153.
tash më fal kohës që referohet.
I don't see the period of time we're referring to. Which time are we talking about?
Idris Shabani, from the beginning to the end, he was the commander of Brigade 151. Are you saying that he should be
Ka ndryshuar
At different times, things were different. So in the beginning, I was the commander of Brigade 151, Zahir Bayazidi. Then at a later stage, when we expanded our territory and took our final positions, the numbers, the names of the brigade changed. So the entire staff of 151 Brigade became Brigade 152, and those from Brigade 152 became 151. So the only thing that changed was the number and name of brigades from 151 to 152 and 152 to 151. If I'm not mistaken, this occurred sometime in November 98. The name of the brigade from 151 changed into 552. Up until that moment, I was commander of Brigade 151 Zahir Bayezidi, and then later this changed because of the frontal deployment positioning from left to right. So those who were in 151 became 152. Those were in 152 brigade became 151.
Of that portion of Mr. Mustafa's testimony, he's asked specifically who appointed the commanders of these brigades. His answer is, I did. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Oh.
Yes.
And then he continues on at transcript page 5484, line 24 to 5445, line 11. Just a second, 1 second. I'm checking the transcript citation there. But anyway, he says, Mr. Prosecutor, the appointments could also be made by the General Staff. However, it was my ultimate decision who would be the Chief of Staff, Deputy Commander of the Zone, and Deputy Commander. For the sake of cooperation and the opportunity to operate with the General Staff, the appointments could also be made by them. And then he continues on, and the question is, who did Nuruddin Ibishi report to? And he says, to me. Now, my first question, and yes, I read out the correct transcript reference, 5484 to 5485. My first question is that how you understood it? That it was Commander Remy's ultimate decision of who would be his Chief of Staff, his Deputy Commander, etc.?
Po në aspektin, them, praktik edhe fakt.
From the practical perspective, he did. When received the decision in August 98, this was formally approved. However, I was already appointed by Commander Remy as Commander of Brigade 151. This was on the 18th of July 1998, if I'm not mistaken.
Your appointment as commander of Brigade 151, you testified you do not have actual knowledge of the relations between Commander Remy and members of the General Staff, correct?
Nuk kam dëshmi për arsye se
I do not have evidence because it was the prerogative of the zone commander to be in contact with the General Staff. So I would not interfere in that relationship. It was his discretion and his duty to communicate with the General Staff. It was not mine. It wouldn't be my idea or somebody else's idea.
General Staff to the lap zone in August of 1998. You've testified that you saw Mr. Thaçi present when the General Staff arrived in the lap zone at that time, correct?
po.
Correct.
Met Mr. Thaçi before that, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Correct.
Not know at the time what Mr. Thaçi's role was besides him being a member of the general staff, correct?
В этом кассе.
Correct.
The SPO at part 2, page 14 of your SPO interview that you did not speak to Mr. Thaçi nor to any other member of the general staff during their visit. Is that correct?
Pas mund të them se kam folur, pas
I cannot say that I did not speak to them at all. I did not speak in my official capacity. I greeted them, but this was not a formal communication because since I did not know their positions or authority or responsibility, I did not have any formal communication to ask them about any specific matters because I did not know, again, their positions.
At part 2, page 14, line 4 of your SPO interview, you said, I didn't know them, so I had nothing to discuss with them. Later on, I spoke to Bislam Zarapi, the chief of staff. We just needed to clarify. We had frequent communications with him for matters of personnel and staff because he was more informed as chief of staff. Is that accurate?
på.
That's correct.
You also told the SPO at part 2, page 15, line 23, that you were not asking the general staff for orders or instructions, and you did not receive any instructions from the general staff during the general staff visit. Is that correct?
Exakt.
Correct.
And you told the SPO, and this is at your SPO interview, part 2, page 15, beginning at line 24. You said, at the time, I wasn't quite sure to whom to refer about what, because I wasn't certain what their roles were or what they were designated to do, what positions they held. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the second visit of the general staff to the lap zone in October of 1998, you told the SPO that one of the people who visited the lap zone was also Mr. Thaçi, correct?
På.
Yes.
Time of this visit in October 1998, you still did not know what Mr. Thaçi's position was.
Jo, kom.
Correct.
Now, turning to your time when you were appointed Chief of Staff of the Zone Command, you said that even after that time, your only contact with the General Staff was during their visits. Is that correct?
På. Det var
Yes, correct.
beskrivet.
And I described them.
Yes. And you said that due to the absence of general regulations being provided by the general staff, you acted on the basis of your judgment and created your own materials within the zone. Is that correct?
Ja, på normalt.
Of course, we would create our materials, provisional ones, approved by Commander Remy, that we composed together with Kadri Castrati, and they were provisionally approved, and we created our materials, provisional ones, approved by Commander Remy, that we composed together with Kadri Castrati, and they were provisionally approved, and we created our materials, provisional ones, approved by Commander Remy, that we composed together with Kadri Castrati, and they were provisionally approved, up until we would receive from the general staff the authoritative ones.
Talk specifically now on the issue of treatment of people suspected of collaboration. You told the SPO at part 3, page 5 of your interview that there were no specific instructions with respect to the treatments of civilians who continued to work in their job in public office. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your SPO interview, you were shown several KLA communiques. Do you recall being shown these communiques, in particular communiques 53 and 54?
Yes.
Now, if we could please put on the screen communique 53, which is exhibit P00157 in both the English and the Albanian. If in the Albanian we could scroll up, I believe, if the date should be up there. So you can see the date of the document. Yes, it's 24 September 1998. Do you see that in the upper right-hand corner?
So.
Yes, I see.
Communique that you were shown in your SPO interview. The third paragraph discusses various punitive actions are being taken against collaborationist elements who continue to serve the occupying rule. Do you see that? In the third paragraph.
Yes.
The SPO, in response to being shown this communique, that there were no punitive actions taken against collaborators in your zone in response to this communique. Is that correct?
Yes.
We could take a look at communique 54, which is 083639. Sorry, it's now admitted exhibit P00173 ET. Oh, sorry, yeah. In both the Albanian version as well, please. Yes. So you recall that you were shown this communique, and the date there you see is, I believe, 24 September 1998. Do you see that?
Yes.
During your SPO interview?
I remember, not specifically, but I do remember some details. Let me just read through it.
Ask you to focus on the paragraph that begins.
Yes, I do.
After the withdrawal of the Serbian forces, their place is being filled also by some collaborationists and political activists who sow defeatism. Do you see that?
No, I cannot see that. Which paragraph is that? Now I see it.
It says, after the withdrawal of the Serbian forces, their place is being filled also by some collaborationists and political activists who sow defeatism, spread propaganda against the KLA, and call on the people to give up their weapons to the enemy. The Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff states that the weapons have been taken up to fight against the enemy, and those who conduct special warfare, whoever they may be, will be treated in accordance with the laws of wartime circumstances. Courageous commanders and soldiers in Lap, Shala e Bajgores, Granica, Dukajin, and entire Kosovo do not need emissaries who sow confusion and defeatism among people. They know their duty, and they are up to their sacred task of defending and liberating the people and the homeland. Do you see that?
If you can scroll up the Albanian version. Now it's good. I can see it now.
Now, I'd like to explore a little bit, and I've given you the dates here. We're talking about the 22nd and 24th of September, and see what happened to people detained in the lap zone around the same time. Okay? So, if we could please call up Exhibit P00167, please, in both the English and the Albanian.
It may be self-evident, but to us, but for purposes of the record, try to mention the year also with the months and dates.
Yes. So the communiques I was talking about were the 22nd and 24th of September, 1998, witness. And this now that you see on your screen is dated 2 days after the last communique, so the 26th of September, 1998. It's a decision on the release of Milovan Stankovic. And you testified in 2003 at SPOE 000-88341 to 000-88352 at page SPOE 000-88349, which is now admitted Exhibit P1754, that you personally participated in the decision to release Milovan Stankovic. Do you recall testifying to that effect in 2003?
Yes.
Person was made by the zone command in the lap zone, correct?
Yes. The command of the lap zone.
Yes. And if we go to your testimony in the trial of Latif Gashi in 2003 at Exhibit P1754, page SPOE 000-88346 to SPOE 000-88347, you stated that in that trial, you discussed the release of two additional people who had been detained, Fadil Suljevic and Islam Mishica, who were detained in Majac. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Discussed their release in that trial together with the release of Milovan Stankovic, correct?
Yes.
The same time in September, correct?
Yes, Stankovic was released, whereas The two others remained within the area of responsibility of the lab operational zone as part of the KLA structures, as free persons, without specific tasks, but within the zone.
Yes. Now, but they were released as detainees around the same time as
Oh,
was Milovan
the one,
Stankovic.
Yes, yes, they were released.
Now, witness, I'm going to first just tell you that according to the prosecution's indictment in this case, Schedule A, page 59, the last of the witness of the persons who had been detained in the lap zone at Baigora were released by no later than mid-September 1998. Do you understand that?
oh,
Yes.
Knowledge that as of around mid-September 1998, there were no more detainees in Baigora?
jo, nuk koincidon nga se
No, it does not coincide with that. We had the releases in September. However, Stankovic's release and the release of others occurred later because the decision was taken later. The 15th of September is the day of a battle of Kachanol.
The point is that by, let's say, no later than the end of September, all of the people who had been detained were released, correct?
po, kjo ishte
This was the reason why their release was deterred for later, so that they, because of the battle, so that they don't fall into the hands of the enemy. It was the battle that dictated the later release of these people.
And my point is that, as we saw in the earlier decision, Stankovic was released by the 26th of September 1998, correct?
po.
Yes. It should be around that time. I do not recognize this document or decision, and the signature is not known to me, but the decision to release them was made approximately around that time.
So, and with respect to your understanding that Fadil Suljevic and Islam Mishica had some connection to the general staff, which you talked about. You said to the SPO in preparation note 1 that you didn't have any direct knowledge of this, but you heard this from Hizri Tala and others. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Going back to the communiques, what we see here is that the communiques of 22 and 24 September 1998 were issued at around the same time that all of the detainees in Baigora were being released by the lap zone. Is that correct?
Ashtu do të jetë.
It should be like that.
You agree with me that you are not aware of any nexus between communiques 53 and 54 and the treatment of detainees in the lap zone?
Jo, çfarë njohurish
What kind of knowledge or awareness are we talking about? These three that were detained? I do not quite understand your question, Mr. Luca.
Would you agree with me that there is no connection between communiques 53 and 54 and how the detainees in the lap zone were being treated in September of 1998?
Ja, Natalja.
There isn't, no.
Let's talk about the case of Goran Zbilic. Now, you told the SPO that Goran Zbilic's release was in part because of pressure being applied by Adam Damaci, correct? And you used the word pressure in your SPO interview, part 9, page 6. Is that right?
I don't know how to call it, but it was a request on his part.
Well, you use the word pressure, and to be fair to you, I'll read the entire sentence. You say at that part of your SPO interview, however, the reality was that there was pressure and requests made and pressure from Adam Damaci, as well as from KDOM and other representatives of the international organizations. I personally passed the message on through Hizri Tala and Remy. Is that correct?
Oh.
Yes.
And as far as you know, Adam Damaci was exerting this pressure directly on the zone command. Is that right?
His request was that this person would be released, and as to other matters connected to his responsibilities or the suspicion that he had been involved in criminal aspects together with other persons. This was to be prosecuted later on, hypothetically speaking, when the judiciary institutions would be later established. So the zone accepted Mr. Damaci's request for this person to be released.
If I understand it correctly, the person was in the custody of the zone. Mr. Damaci directly made appeals and put pressure on the zone command to release him, and the zone command released him. Is that how it went?
Yes, correct. It was a reasonable request.
I'd like to show you one document and see what you know about it. You were asked some questions by Victims' Counsel about an entity known as, or claiming to be, one second, please. Yes, I'm told, Mr. President, that right before we started this session, in light of the questioning by Victims' Counsel, we asked to add one document to our queue, and that permission has not yet been granted by the panel.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It may be added.
Thank you. I'll wait for Madam Court Officer to tell me when that's possible. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. If we could please call up SPOE 00227422 to SPOE 00227423. and if we could go to the second page of the document. And witness, if we could just stop, sorry, if we could keep it there just so the witness orients himself. Witness, I will read to you how this document is described in legal workflow. It's described as a typed document in Albanian titled The KLA General Staff, written by Jakub Krasniqi. And if we could please turn to the second page. And I'm just going to read the paragraph that discusses the political directorate of the KLA. It says, the Kosovo Liberation Army Political Directorate initially had been within the KLA General Staff. With the escalation of the liberation war of the people of Kosovo, and due to the inability of the political parties to direct the war politically, the General Staff commissioned the Political Directorate to lead the Kosovo Liberation Army politically. In the beginning, the leaders of the Political Directorate were Hashim Thaçi, Jakub Krasniqi, Bardal Mahmuti, Sokol Bashota, and Javit Haliti. After the escalation of the Liberation War and the needs for communicating domestically and within the international community increased, the Political Directorate would be expanded with new members domestically and abroad. The new members were Adam Demaci, Ram Buya domestically, and Ramadan Avdiu, Pleurat Seydiu, and Sabit Kichmari abroad. Now, I'll stop there. You've testified, aware of Mr. Demaci's role in the case of Goran Zbilic. Were you aware, after the organization, that Adam Demaci had a role in communicating domestically in Kosovo at that time, as part of the General Staff?
Well, he was representative of the General Staff in Pristina in that role and communicated with the commanders, the zone commanders, and the commands in all the zones in Kosovo.
And are you aware that Adam Demaci communicated directly with Commander Remy?
Yes, certainly. He was a symbol of resistance and dedication to Kosovo, and his authority and post required that he would be in constant contact with the zone commands and commanders and with fighters of various levels. So this was his authority, not because of his post only, but because of his personality as Mandela of Kosovo.
Say that he was in constant contact with the zone commands and commanders and with fighters of various levels. Was he in constant contact with you as the commander of Brigade 151?
Maybe continuous, but he visited us many times and supported us, especially during the Battle of Kachandol, and he would encourage us how to continue with the war. There were contacts, not maybe on a regular basis, but I would say more on personal basis as brigade commander that I was.
She was physically based in the lap zone.
Pasi që Prishtina është pra zona e përgjithësisë. Prishtina po dyja
Pristina, Fushkosova, Obilici, Podujeva are the lab zone. The Kele seat in Pristina was in Pristina, and Adem Demaci was carrying out this role. So the seat of his office was in Pristina, within the area of responsibility of the lab operational zone.
My next question is, you told the SPO that there was an order from the general staff regarding collaborators. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Mr. Laws.
You know, if we're changing topics away from the document that was said to have been added as a result of my questioning, may I just say, for the record, that I asked about something called the Information Directorate and not the Political Directorate, just so that we're clear.
Yes, just so, I mean, the SPO's pretrial brief calls it the Political and Information Directorate.
Understood.
Thank you.
Interpreters note that line 6, page 75 of the transcript should read the first sentence, maybe not continuous.
And Mr. Micetic, are you offering the document?
No, because the other is MFI'd, so as long as you don't admit that one, then I'm not tendering this one. Let me just say, I reserve my position on it later, depending on your ruling on the MFI document. Yeah.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, you told the SPO, and I just asked you about you saying there was an order from the general staff regarding collaborators. You told the SPO that you have no specifics about this order from the general staff, but that it was, quote, public knowledge. Do you recall saying that?
I never have seen this order during the war, and that is why I refer to it just as a communique 53 or communique 54. During the war, I have not seen the order you're referring to.
I was going to get to that in a moment. But you told the SPO at part 5, page 4, line 20 of your interview that you, quote, imagine Remy was present when this order was issued. Is that correct?
No. What I said is, I did not say that the Remy was there, but the Remy presented us there. And answering to a leading question, I said most probably. Because I was not certain about the fact that we're discussing here. So this was discussed, however, it's not accurate that I confirmed. The question was leading and I replied by saying most probably, but I cannot be certain because I was not in that meeting and to know whether that decision was taken.
Your evidence from the trial of Latif Gashi, and we could have, please, exhibit P1754, page SPOE 000-88347. And if we go to the paragraph that begins, Stankovic was in detention. And in Albanian, it should be 88359. So the next page. There it is. Stankovic was in detention. Yes. Now, what's recorded as your testimony is Stankovic was in detention for about a month, although I'm not certain exactly. In October, we went further down, and sometime in December 1998, detainees were first held in La Pashtica. Upon orders of the General Headquarters, Commander Remy, who was in constant contact with the General Headquarters, and then the General Headquarters acting on his orders, ordered that persons who collaborated with the enemy should be summoned and detained by isolating them. Do you see that?
Ja, bas më ngrit për më larg.
Can you scroll up a little bit, please?
Këto me siguri ku më referuar komunikat.
I referred here most probably to communique 53 and 54.
Before were 3 months earlier.
Po për atë edhe ne nuk kemi.
And that is why we did not have prior cases. We had taken on our new functions and obligations, and we were not, we were busy with digging trenches and setting up positions and setting up brigades and zones. This was our main task, expanding and controlling the territory. Otherwise, I have not received any order. Unless we're talking as in military terms, an order which is a conditional order as a recommendation. Referring to communique 5354, which were public. With respect to the matter of the communication of Commander Remy, he was the only person who had the power to communicate with the General Staff in his capacity as the head of the zone.
Tell you that in your SPO interview, you were asked specifically about what order of the General Headquarters you're talking about, and you answered, and this is at part 4, page 12, lines 7 to 12. You're asked, and did the KLA General Staff indicate how those detained persons should be managed? You say no. Did Commander Remy or anyone else indicate who it was within the General Staff who, in fact, had given the order? Who? You say no, I don't know. Correct?
Jo, nuk e di, po ai ka qenë.
Not that I don't know, but that was a decision of the command, the decision regarding the detention of the persons. I don't know who specifically said it, but the decision to detain persons came from the zone command level.
Let's go back to the testimony that's on your screen in front of you. It's a bit confusing to me, and so I'm asking you to clarify. You say, first of all, that the General Headquarters acting on his, meaning Remy's, orders, ordered that persons who collaborated with the enemy should be summoned and detained by isolating them. What does that mean?
Po unë këtë kom pas për 2 komunikatat.
I was referring to 2 communiques here, 53 and 54, which were issued at an earlier time, but they reflected the situation. In September, there were words about an order. I did not see that during the war. Words were said about the formation of a militia composed of Albanians within the occupying forces, as part of the occupying forces, and lists with members of the Albanian community with names from the Tukajini zone, specifically in Jakov. So there were lists with names, surnames, personal details, uniforms, and weapons assigned. Those can be found in the social networks and Google. So one of them was to take preventive measures at the zone level and on behalf of the zone. This is what I heard. An order was taken. So this was discussed. I did not see this decision, but the idea was for the military police to take preventive measures to stop the formation of this Albanian-made unit within the Yugoslav forces, which would have caused serious problems to us. After taking the measures, this unit composed of Albanians within the occupying forces did not come into existence, with the exception of the Dukajini zone and the list I mentioned in Jakova. So this decision was talked about and referred to as related to a militia composed of Albanians within the framework of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the occupying regime, which later did not come into existence in our zone because we took the necessary measures, and this structure did not come into effect in our zone. Therefore, even if such a decision existed, which I have not seen, we did not have such a presence of such a militia in the LAB operative zone or our area of responsibility.
For a long time, but you strayed far afield from my question. So I'd ask you to focus on my question, which is to focus on your testimony and what you meant by the words that are on the page in front of you. So I'd ask you to take a look at that again on the screen. The paragraph that begins, Stankovic was in detention for about a month. Okay? There's a sentence in there, at least in English, that says, then the general headquarters acting on his orders, which in context means Remy's orders, ordered that persons who collaborated with the enemy should be summoned and detained by isolating them. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay.
Yes, I see it.
Is what does it mean that the general headquarters was acting on Remy's orders that persons who collaborated with the enemy should be summoned and detained by isolating them?
Most probably this is a misinterpretation because Remy cannot give orders to the general staff. I am only referring here to the a possibility of this Albanian-made militia, which would be a danger for us. I did not see an order from the General Staff. As a matter of fact, our activities did not find any presence of such militia. This sentence has no meaning that Remy would have dictated such measures to the General Staff. It is anachronic to, when we consider the relationship with the General Staff.
Actually heard or saw personally was an order from Remy that persons who collaborated with the enemy should be summoned and detained by isolating them. Is that correct?
No, this is an order of the zone command to carry out such action. Obviously, Commander Remy is the authority, the ultimate authority. The decision to detain persons is made at the command level of the LAP operative zone.
Page 14, lines 11 to 17, you told the SPO that you are not aware of any reports on the issue of collaborators having been provided to the General Staff by the LAP zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At Part 8, page 11, lines 11 to 17, that you are not aware of whether Commander Remy reported to the General Staff about collaborators. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Part 7, page 20, lines 13 to 20, that the issue of collaborators, as far as you know, was not discussed during the visit of the General Staff members in October 1998. Correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to take you to your preparation note 2 at paragraph 3. And this is now with respect to your testimony that there was an order by the General Staff not to interrogate detainees. It says, asked to clarify what he knew about the order of the General Staff that detainees should not be interrogated. You clarified that it was forbidden to start any informative talks because they did not have investigative police, prosecutors, or a functioning court. You noted that initially that was an order issued by the LAP operative zone within the zone. The order was directed to the military police of the zone that were dealing with detainees and was aimed at preventing or avoiding any possible mistreatment. Later on, the General Staff issued a similar order to not have any type of informative talks with detainees, and the issue was discussed within the zone. You recall telling that to the prosecutor last week?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me take you to some orders of the General Staff and see, since you've discussed orders. we could please have on the screen Exhibit 1D29 in Albanian, which is P00741_ET.3 in the English. Witness, take a look at this document and tell me if you've ever seen this order before.
I did not see it during the war. I saw it after the war. If you could please scroll up a little bit. This was talked about, but as discussed earlier, I did not see this during the war. I saw it after the war.
Your knowledge of any orders of the General Staff, you did not see any orders during the war, correct? Related to the issue of collaborators.
Yeah.
Correct.
At point 3, and the date of this order, by the way, is the 28th of November, 1998. At point 3, it says improper behavior towards the civilian population is to be prevented in all KLA units. And point 4, the arrest, detention, or imprisonment of prisoners without an order from a brigade commander or above is prohibited, except in the case of a critical combat situation or when various criminal offenses are being committed against members of the KLA, against individuals, or the civilian authorities. Do you see that?
Cool.
Yes.
This might be an order of which you're referring concerning the General Staff orders on detention and treatment of civilians?
It might be. It is maybe a coincidence. I said earlier that I did not see it. However, the content of this was discussed or talked about in the zone. From what I can remember, it is true, though, that the point referring to the detention as a prerogative of the zone commander remained. In other words, this would remain within the authority of the zone commander in order to avoid having other people involved in this aspect and preventing thus any potential misuse or abuse.
You were the Chief of Staff of the Zone Commander beginning in December, correct?
Correct.
Of the arrest or detention or imprisonment of persons being done by order of brigade commanders or above following the issuance of this order.
Po normal ajo ka qenë kompetencë të pra I ka delegu kompetencë.
This prerogative or competence was delegated to the brigade commanders, and they took action and implemented what was discussed.
Your Honor, I'm told there is a transcript error on page 84 at line 17 to 18. And it should read as the brigade commander, not the zone commander.
Witness, let me just ask for your clarification. The transcript says, "It is true, though, that the point referring to the detention as a prerogative of the zone commander remained." Did you say zone commander or brigade commander?
This was the discretion of the brigade commander, because the zone commander did not have a supervision in relation to the civilian defense or the military police, which operated in a specific territory, such as the territory under the brigade.
La Pashtica. The detention center at La Pashtica was set up at the beginning of November. Isn't that correct?
Should be correct.
The zone had set up the La Pashtica facility before the issuance of this order, correct?
As I mentioned before, this was a decision of the law operative zone to detain persons, and which was delegated to the brigade commanders and civilian defense, and giving the authority to the military police to set up a location at the zone level to hold persons or detain persons, because the majority of the military police were former police officers who had knowledge about the rules and laws and human rights.
In terms of the chronology here, the zone had started detaining people at Baigora about the beginning of August, correct?
Now, these are coincidental cases, such as the arrest of Stankovic or the group of Gorashtits or Fadil Sulevic. However,
whether they're coincidental or not, I'm just trying to establish a chronology. You're aware that people, for whatever reason, had been detained beginning around August and being held at Baigora, correct?
correct.
Some of them for at least 6-7 weeks before they were released in mid to late September 1998, correct?
Correct. They were uninvited for several days. However, the circumstances imposed a postponement or extension of their detention because of the war circumstances. And this is in accordance with the police authorizations for detentions. Therefore, their detention exceeded the anticipated time.
All of those detentions happened before the issuance of Communique 53 and 54, correct?
Correct, yes.
Happened? Correct? Yes.
Correct. 15th, 18th September.
There was a ceasefire in October, correct?
Yes.
beginning in November, again set up a detention facility, but this time in La Paștiță, correct?
Exact.
Correct.
Time is it? Now, you said, and you told the SPO you were not familiar with the conditions in the detention facility in La Paștiță, is that correct?
Suntem pjesërisht ndoshta.
Perhaps partially because somebody else had authority and was competent for this. I did have some knowledge because I visited this center on 2 occasions. You have my statement on that. However, I was not directly responsible or in charge of that. As a result, my answer is perhaps in a way incomplete. I have visited this location on 2 occasions, and I received the report from the head of the military police who was in charge of this. And his requests were approved with respect to the conditions in which the detained persons were held.
Mr. President, I don't have much more, but I do want to continue on this this topic after the break.
Witness will take a lunch break now. We'll be out for until 2:30. We'll see you back here at 2:30. Don't speak with anyone about your testimony. Further estimates on cross-examination?
Your Honor, I maintain it would be done within an hour. I'm hoping it'll be less.
Certainly no more than what I said earlier, and probably less.
About an hour, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. Mr. Abishi, the attorney for Mr. Thaçi, will have some additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Abishi. Before we continue with the discussion of La Pastitza, I just want to go back to an answer you gave before lunch, beginning at transcript page 79, line 19 to page 80, line 19. And do you recall discussing a formation of a militia composed of Albanians within the occupying forces as part of the occupying forces, and lists within the Albanian community with names from the Dukagin zone, specifically in Jakov? Do you recall that?
Cool.
Yes.
If we could please have on the screen Exhibit P00168 in both the English and the Albanian, please. And just ask you to read that order to yourself for a minute and tell me when you're finished.
Yes.
The 2nd of December, 1998. And my question first is, have you ever seen this order before?
No, not during the war, but I did see it after the war.
And is this order, to the best of your knowledge, related to the matter that you addressed with me before lunch concerning the formation of Albanian police units within the structures of the Serbian regime?
I think so, yes, because it refers to the command, to the military police to undertake measures. The situation deteriorated. A formation was created in the Dugacini plain with a tendency to cause bloodshed amongst Albanians. And that's why I commented it in the spirit I did. There was a tendency to have such formations in the entire territory of Kosovo, to have people put on the uniform of the Serb forces and to have them on the opposite side, that is, as the enemy of the Kosovo Liberation Army. We at the operational zones staff took measures in the sense that through the military police units to prevent such activities. In the area, operational area of LAP, we didn't have such occurrences that would force us to take proactive measures.
The document down. Turning back to the detention facility at La Pastitza, what was your role in setting up that detention facility?
I was member of the command in my capacity as a brigade commander. Later on in December, also part of the staff. And part of the process of taking such decision, because the consequences would be grave. And the consequences for the members of the KLA, I can mention the killing of Hüsri Tala, Ilir, and Afrim while they were visiting their families. Hüsri Tala was the deputy chief of the information service in the lab operational zone. We have the killing of Agim Gashi, who was chief of logistics in my brigade. He was also killed during the visit to his family. And this was a consequence of that collaboration, or of the collaborators with the intelligence services of Serbia and the Serbian police forces. On a personal level, my family was forced to leave under the threat for their lives. I'm referring to my wife and my children. Sean Burns, the chief of KDOM, was informed about this. Another example would be the setting on fire of my house in my native village. Let me finish, please. On that occasion, Bekir Yakubi, with 6 family members, and I'm talking about civilians here, were killed. This shows that this collaboration had serious consequences for the structure, for the structures in the lab operational zone.
I appreciate the answer. My question, though, was, and let me rephrase it slightly, were you involved in making the decision to establish the detention facility at La Paștița?
Po.
Yes.
Was involved in that decision?
Por kanë qenë anëtarët e komandës.
The members of the zone command, of the LAP zone command.
Would be Commander Remy?
Po.
Yes. Yes.
Po.
Yes. Chiefs of the various sectors. Now, I don't remember each and every one of them, but there were others as well.
Do you recall this was at a meeting of the zone command?
Po, sigurisht.
Certainly.
Place.
Se më e mend.
I don't remember. It probably happened towards the end of 1998.
Well, La Paștița was set up at the beginning of November. Is that correct?
Mund të jetë ashtu.
It could be.
Ultimately, it's the zone commander's decision to establish it, correct?
Po, normal, përveç gjithë.
Of course, because he's the chief commander of the lab operational zone, although the decision was taken by all of us.
Now talking about La Paștiță, before the break you said that you had been to La Paștiță. Now, did you go into the detention premises at La Paștiță?
Yes, on 2 occasions. One in relation to a visit. A friend wanted to visit one of the detainees. I accompanied him up to the yard. The military police established contact between him and the detainee. He spoke to him, and this is it concerning this visit. And the second occasion was during the touring of the fortifications and the facilities. I visited the detention facility. I did not enter the facility because it was late at night after 2200 hours. It was not the time for visits. I visited the military police, and amongst other things, I saw some sweets on the table. I asked about the situation, the duty officers. I asked them who these sweets were for, because there were quite many. And they said that those were brought by the civilians, the local civilians, for the detainees. So the detainees were treated, if I can say, liberally in terms of the visits. These were the 2 visits that I made. The facility was by the road between the command of the zone in La Paștiță and part of the Podujev municipality. And it was visible to the civilians who would happen to pass by.
Do I take your answer to mean then that you were therefore not familiar with the conditions in which detainees were being held inside the facility?
I cannot speak in details. It's in my statement. I'm referring now to the Deputy Commander Nazif Mehmeti, who reported to us in terms of additional requests, for example, blankets and other logistics. In other words, we were in the know as far as the conditions in this detention center were concerned.
A few minutes ago, before lunch, you confirmed for me that you did not know whether Commander Remy reported to the General Staff about collaborators, correct?
I wouldn't know that it was his authority or the communication aspect. I have no knowledge about his contacts.
You have no knowledge of anyone else from the Zone Command informing the General Staff about collaborators, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Now, you've testified in 2021 that when the LAP zone headquarters moved from La Pashtica, the zone command decided to release detainees held in La Pashtica, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
1, paragraph 30, you told the SPO last week, quote, "It was the zone commander who had the ultimate authority to decide to release detainees and give amnesties. However, these issues would be discussed in zone command meetings," correct?
po, a ka pas autoriteti.
Yes, he had the ultimate authority based on the proposals received by the command. He had the authority to authorize amnesty, like, for example, on the 31st of December, if I'm not mistaken, to authorize the amnesty of several persons. But I know that all of them were released.
You say he had the authority, but the SPO, you told the SPO last week that he had the ultimate authority, which means he was the last highest ranking person who could make a decision on release or amnesty, correct?
Po kështu është, do pozitet.
This is how it was. His position determines that authority, his position as commander of the zone.
Now, a few minutes ago, you told me that the reason that people were being detained was because of the threat that that existed to KLA people, and you identified some people that were killed as a result of collaboration, correct?
Po, supozoj se
Correct. I suppose so, and the risk or the threat was not only to us as structure of the KLA lab operational zone, but also for the civilians who supported us, be it by providing accommodation, logistics, or personnel enforcement. So this risk that the collaborators posed was permanent, and it was our duty to undertake measures in line with the 4 Geneva Conventions and the 2 additional protocols, in particular additional protocol 2, and as LAP operational zone, we strived to fulfill all the conditions that would eliminate that threat for the civilians and for the KLA in that area, including the parts that were under the administration or occupation of the Serb forces.
Now, you've already said that you have no knowledge that Commander Remy or anyone else in the zone was informing the general staff about collaborators. And my question to you is, given the threat posed by these collaborators, what information were you receiving in the zone command about these collaborators and what their activities were?
po, këto informacione na sillen vetë qytetarët.
The citizens themselves would provide this information to us. They knew about the activities of the collaborators, their contacts with the Serbian authorities, members of the police, of the intelligence services, of the state security. And I need to mention that there were also lists lists that were broadcast on a documentary on television of Kosovo. There were 7 persons on that list, including myself, wanted for liquidation. And out of those 7 names, 5 were liquidated and 1 is unaccounted for. He's disappeared. In other words, this network of collaborators had consequences for the KLA. Therefore, we were forced to undertake measures that would protect our mission, our engagement, and at the same time to protect the civilians who supported the mission of and the struggle of the KLA. Of course, by abiding by the provisions of the 2 additional protocols of the 4 Geneva Conventions.
My question, however, is specifically about detained people. So the civilian defense brings to La Pashtica people who are suspected of being collaborators. Who would interview those people to see what information could be obtained from them? And then how would that information be passed on to higher authorities in the zone?
First of all, within the area of responsibility of the brigades, there was territorial defense within the framework of villages and locations. Persons who were suspected of collaborating with the authorities of the Serbian regime or the security organs, they would be reported to the brigade in that given area. Then the brigade commander would issue an order for that person to report to the command of the brigade. The military police would then bring that person to the detention center in La Pashtica, where the military police of the zone was stationed. And that's where the investigation would be made with the decision of the General Staff, or rather recommendation. There was no interrogation or questioning, only initial notification of the person as to why they were detained. And after uncovering the reasons, then they would be released. This was the procedure. I mentioned one case to the prosecutor, which was discussed during a closed session yesterday, a case of a certain person.
We can't discuss closed session testimony in public, so let me stop you there.
I would have referred to that person without using names, personal names or names of locations. But we did discuss this yesterday.
You've given a detailed answer there, but first of all, we saw the order issued by the General Staff by Bislam Zarapi on the 28th of November concerning civilians and who had the authority to detain people. But before that, you were the brigade commander of 151 in early November 1998, correct? So as a...
Yes.
Your evidence, the territorial defense would bring someone to the brigade suspected of, or you would have the military police bring that person to the brigade.
Yes, the military police. So members of the civilian defense would provide the information to the commander of the brigade, who had the discretion to receive that information. He would report to the zone command, and then the military police of the brigade. If this person was determined to have such elements, he then would be brought to the center in La Paștița and held there for several days.
Well, I'm just reading page 96 of today's transcript, and you said, persons who were suspected of collaborating with the authorities of the Serbian regime or the security organs, they would be reported to the brigade in that given area. Then the brigade commander would issue an order for that person to report to the command of the brigade. The military police would then bring that person to the detention center in La Paștița, where the military police of the zone was stationed, and that's where the investigation would be made. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You were the commander of Brigade 151 at the beginning of November 1998. Do you recall specific cases of specific individuals that were detained based on your brigade ordering the military police to detain them and bring them to La Paștița?
I remember only the instance that we discussed during the closed session, if you remember it in some details.
Other question, my original question was, given the dangers posed by collaboration, there must have been some communication or some information going back to you as the brigade commander as to whether these individuals posed an actual threat to the KLA. Is that correct?
Excuse me, I did not understand your question.
A person is being detained because there's a suspicion that they pose a threat to the lives of KLA officers and soldiers. Was there reporting then on those after the questioning of those people, was there reporting going back to you by the military police as to whether those persons posed an actual threat or not?
It was within the authority of the brigade commander, upon receiving such information from civilian defense, to see whether such person poses risk to KLA members or civilians in his respective area of responsibility. Based on that, then he would decide or take decision whether that person would be brought by the military police of the brigade to the detention center in La Paștița.
The detention center, questioned by the military police, and then who made the decision as to whether that person needed to remain in detention or could be released? If they were brought in on orders of the brigade commander, would it also be the brigade commander's responsibility to release them if they needed to be released?
No, I said it. There were no interviews or informative conversations. The military police would only notify the reason for the detention of the person in question. That was a limited action. It was not allowed by the zone to conduct interviews or questioning. Therefore, the prerogative for their release remained with the zone command, not with the brigade command anymore. this zone, the brigade commander would bring information that had come up from the territorial defense or civilians that that person would have heed advice and would follow the rules. Or if we received information for that family members or relatives would guarantee that that person would not continue his collaboration with the Serbs, then based on all this, the zone command would come up with a decision to release that person.
Follow this then. Initially, it would be the brigade commander who'd be informed by the civil defense of a suspected person. The brigade commander would order the military police to bring them into La Paștița, and then who would inform the zone command that a person had been detained on the suspicion that they were a collaborator? Whose job was that?
Bon. Poliția or sărac.
The military police would report to the zone command about the person or persons that were detained.
Aware, obviously, I showed you the November 28 order by Bislam Zarapi, where he tried to issue some orders about how this process should work, correct?
Bon.
Correct.
Had been issued establishing a military court.
Jó.
No.
And you heard that the
after the war.
in the lap zone, you had no knowledge that a military court had been established with Sokol de Bruna in charge.
I did not hear until after the war of any such institution in the lab zone or any other zone.
Finally, witness, we discussed earlier, but it was Commander Remy's ultimate responsibility in establishing the detention facility at La Paștița. You agreed with me earlier on that point. And I just want to put to you what Commander Remy said and see if you agree, and if you disagree, to tell me why you disagree. This is at transcript page 5727. This is his testimony in this court. He was asked, so would you agree with me that there is no nexus, no link between this communique, meaning communique 54, and any detention in your zone? And he said, I agree, this communique does not pertain to the place I served. Do you agree with him or disagree with him? And if you disagree, why?
I agree.
No questions. That concludes my cross-examination.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honours. Mr. Abishi, my name is Rodney Dixon. I'm going to ask you some questions on behalf of Mr. Kadri Vasili. I want to start by just orientating all of us, because you've spoken about a number of different places in your testimony, and I'm going to call up a map for you to look at of your zone, the LAP zone. If I could please have DKV 1585 brought up, please. Yes, thank you. You'll see there, don't zoom in yet. I just want to get the larger picture first, and then we'll zoom in afterwards. Pristina down in the south, and then Podievo up in the middle towards the border, which is shaded. That's the border with Serbia. You see that there on the map?
Four.
Yes.
This area here and the exact borders of your zone are not marked in, but this area here is the lap zone, isn't it? Running up
Fine.
and
Let's back me read there in.
Could you please turn the volume up a little bit?
Sorry. Fine, pardon.
Borders of the zone are not marked in, but this is the lap zone running up to the border with Serbia. Is that right?
Oh.
Yes.
Orientate us the far northeastern corner of Kosovo, right up against the border with Serbia.
Four.
Yes.
Here a road running down from Serbia through Podujevo down to Pristina. This is the main road from Serbia right into Pristina, isn't it?
Four.
Yes.
And the road sort of directly sort of cut your zone in half. That's right?
Jo, kjo nuk ndahet ashtu bashkë.
The road cuts it in half. To explain this better, the LAP operative zone includes the municipality of Pristina in the south, Podujevo in the north, and further down, if we can scroll up the map a little bit.
Zoom in now that we've got the overall picture.
Edhe pak.
A little bit more up.
Yep. Mirë.
That's fine.
Mandej është
Then maybe a little bit more. There is Fushosov and Obilic. So 4 municipalities included in the LAP operative zone. What you are saying, it's a fact that the main road, Pristina to Merdar, cuts in 2 parts, the LAP operative zone.
That road was a very important one for the Serb forces. They were very active along that road in order to control it, running from Serbia right down to Pristina.
po.
Yes. There were more than 2 passing points. The mostly used were Pristina, Merdar, and Medvej. There are also other roads. The width of the border was the border was along 100 kilometers, more or less.
Made it a very dangerous area for you and your forces, didn't it? Because this was a major entry point of the Serbian forces into Kosovo.
Po.
Yes.
The front lines here, were you not?
Po.
Yes. I was an officer. We had an inexperienced number of soldiers and staff. And on the brigade and zone level, we always were on the front line. I was wounded in 2 battles. On the second battle, I was gravely wounded. which indicates that we were with the soldiers on the front line almost in every battle.
It was a relatively isolated area where it was situated, and also now that it's a very dangerous one. Were there countless battles in this area, particularly along this road with the Serbian forces?
Yes. We were mostly concentrated in the western part, exiting Pristina, on the road from Pristina to Podujev, the village of Majas, up until the border with Serbia, on the road axis. And we had 3 front lines. This front line was 25 kilometers long. We were focused here because when we set up our zone, we then expanded it from Shala further down. To counter the Serbian forces who were bringing in reinforcements and then causing us problems. So this was done to prevent the reinforcements coming from the other side of the border into Kosovo.
Could you help me understand the relevance of this line of questioning? I know you've used, or your team has used, quite a number of maps in the past and drawn on maps certain locations, and I'd be assisted if you explained what the relevance of this is, please.
Well, Your Honours, I am going to go on to get the witness to mark very briefly where the headquarters were in relation to each other, so as to get the distances and the geography. But in addition to that, it's setting the context as to the nature of the operations that the zone had to face, the difficulty of access to the zone, and therefore, and this might become relevant in some of the questions that I go on to, therefore, what attention was given to those matters in relation to others. So it's very important in terms of both the tasks that were being undertaken, the time to undertake those tasks, but also then the command, control, ability to access the area, which are all relevant given that the prosecution maintains that there's a joint criminal enterprise that covers everything, including what's going on in this remote area.
Speaking for myself, it's very remote, Mr. Dixon, but I'll let you go.
Well, Your Honours, I don't plan to spend long on it. I hope it is helpful in just showing where we are, and also to understand the pressures that soldiers were under in relation to what then they were asked to perform. So I will continue and do it as rapidly as possible. Witness, you mentioned on the west side of the road was where you were located mostly. Can you please look at the map and mark where Bagora is, first of all, because that's where you were at the end of August as the commander of the 151 Brigade, isn't it? And you'll be given a pen to do that.
This is where we started.
And you moved at the end of September to Bradash, isn't that right?
No, the chronology is Zabrz, then Baigor, and then Bradash.
Yes. And perhaps if you could mark Bagora with 1, and then the next one with 2, and the next one with 3, so we can follow the chronology as you've outlined it. Thank you very much. And then end of December, we've heard when you become the Chief of Staff of the zone. Where were you based then? If you could mark that on the map, please.
Katoenist.
In Katoenist.
It might not be on the map because some of these places are very small, so they don't even show up on recorded maps.
It should be somewhere around here.
Roughly with the number 4, please. And then you moved thereafter, after that, to Borice, didn't you? That's further south.
Voion Borins.
Brigade 151 was in Burins.
Move there as well or not?
Lapastitz.
Lapastitz. No, it was in Lapastitz. I can mark it.
Yes. Thank you very much. Your Honor, I wish to tender that map with the markings on where the various headquarters were.
No objections.
Could you repeat the ERN number, please?
It was DKV 1585.
It is admitted. I think you're given a exhibit number.
Your Honor, the map is marked, will be assigned exhibit number 2D32.
Thank you.
Are you interested in the chronology of the brigade or my positions?
I was only interested in where you were located, and those have now been marked on the map, so I'm grateful for that. I'm going to move off the map now and look at some of your other testimony.
If
Just, yes, go. One. Yes. 2 is Borice.
Witness, sorry, the map has been admitted already. Perhaps what you could do is that if there was something else you wanted to explain, if you could do that.
No, nothing, that's fine. This is the chronology of my deployment from Zaberge to Baigor, then Bradash, and then Katoenist. I included here the position of the brigade in the lower Lapastitz as well, and the position of Brigade 152 in Buric instead. Now it's clear.
Yes, thank you. We wanted to get the locations, and you've done that. Could we now move to your SPO interview? That's in evidence, as you know. I'm not going to call it up, but I'm going to go through some parts of it with you. Just so we're clear, I'm going to repeat back what you've said. That's in evidence already, but I don't merely want to do that. I want to then ask you some questions that arise as a result of what you've said in your evidence. You understand?
You.
No.
Okay, let me explain so that it's as simple as possible. I'm going to ask you some questions about the evidence you've given, I'm going to go through that evidence with you now and then ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
You said in your SPO interview, and this is part 7, page 26 onwards for those who are following, you were asked, do you know who at the time, and this was in November 1998, was the head of the KLA intelligence service? And your answer was, after the war, I understood that it had been Kadri Vasili. I didn't have an opportunity to learn about it. I never met him during the war. That was your answer. You were then asked, do you know who was the overall head of intelligence, or the G2 sector, during the war? And your answer was, Mr. Bishi, no, I just told you that only after the war I came to understand or realize who it had been, who the chief of intelligence had been. Now, I want to ask you, when you said that you never met with Mr. Kadri Vasili during the war, is it right that you never met him during the war in your zone or anywhere else?
Аз на такимите zones
Neither in the meetings of the zone, those 2 meetings, or elsewhere during the war.
Yes. You were then asked, were you aware of, during the war, of the ZKZ? And your answer was, I don't know. What do you mean? What is that? And the question then came back, well, as a senior zone officer, can you tell me what that means? And you said, oh yes, of course, I know now. So intelligence or counterintelligence. What I want to ask you is, when you say you know now, does that mean that you knew after the war what ZKZ stood for, but not during the war?
Ashtu si është shkruar,
What I meant, as it is written, I did not know this during the war. I learned this after the war.
Questions about when you found out after the war what this abbreviation meant. Can you help us with when after the war you found out about this abbreviation, ZKZ?
po me thënë vërtetën janë përdorur dhe
To tell the truth, there were 2 similar terms were used. We very rarely used ZKZ in our organizational charge. It was more an informative service. I remember more the name informative or information service rather than ZKZ. Other than that, the meaning could be the same.
The actual abbreviation, just to be clear, ZKZ, it's right, isn't it, that you only found out about that abbreviation, you've said, after the war was over? Is that right?
Yes.
We then asked some further questions now about the intelligence section or sector in the LAP zone. And you said this resembled a sector with 2 members of staff. As I mentioned, Latif Gashi was 1, as well as Hizri Tala. He was killed by the Serb forces in December 1998.
Yes.
When you talk about the staff of this intelligence section in the zone, from December 1998, when your friend, as you've explained, Mr. Tello, was tragically killed, so after that period, it was just one person, is that right, who was the staff running this section?
Is your question whether there was somebody else as well, or after the killing? Yes, right. Only one person within the zone.
And that was Mr. Gashi.
Oh.
Yes.
About Mr. Gashi, you asked this. You said that Mr. Latif Gashi was from July 1998 the head of the Zone Intelligence Service. And you said, yes, I think so. You remember saying that?
Well,
Yes, and that's what I think.
Commander Remy at this time, in July 1998, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Talla, it was the two of them. Is that correct?
I assume it is. I think it wasn't at the same time. I am not certain, though.
Thank you. You were then asked some questions about who Mr. Gashi reported to. You were said, this is the question, I think you said that Latif Gashi directly reported to the zone command or the zone commander, and you said yes. You were then asked, did he have another chain of command? Did he have another line of reporting? And you said no, not that I know of. Then another question to you. Did he also report directly to the intelligence within the KLA General Staff? And your answer was, I don't have knowledge of that. Then the SPO continued by saying, but intelligence that was gathered by Latif Gashi, what was done with that information? Where was it sent? Where was it stored? And your answer was, I don't know what to say. It seems a little bit absurd to me that all this intelligence claimed could be carried out by only two persons. They weren't necessarily by experience coming from that expertise or background as intelligence officers. And I don't think it was possible with the capabilities to actually undertake all this. You remember saying that in your interview?
I most probably said this.
Now, I want to just ask you a few questions about capabilities. You say it was not something that was possible with the capabilities that were available. When you said it was not possible, do you mean that it was only, I know you said you had two persons, but it was only really one person in that position who had a lot of other tasks to perform as well? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, because we as officers dealt not only with exclusive tasks linked to our posts, but also other tasks, such as logistics. For example, I, together with Deputy Commander Kadista Castrati, in addition to my brigade commander duty, took the duty of the chief of staff of the zone. And we were also engaged in combat, in battle, as was Latif Gashi, who was engaged in most of the battles in the Lap zone area. So people had to take more on themselves, more duties than possible. And not just that, let us not forget that most of our soldiers were young and inexperienced, and they had also the support from us officers, not only in combat operations, but also in other services.
Yes, so there was a lot of multitasking going on, wasn't there? Having to do many things at the same time, including countless battles with the Serbian forces that you've referred to. Is that right?
Cool.
Yes.
You were then allowed to continue answering about intelligence, and you said this, I'll just read it back to you, and then ask you some questions about it. So properly done would have been gathering the information and analyze and research and analyze the evidence in relation to the positions of the enemy, the points of fighting, as well as search around other areas that are of interest in terms of warfare. Unless, yes, this would be then report, well, this would be passed on to the competent authorities to deal with this further. You were then asked, well, who are the competent authorities? And you said the zone command. Was that intelligence sent by the zone command to the general staff? You were asked. And your answer was, I don't have knowledge of that.
That's correct.
I ask you about this is when you say there would have been some reports that were sent to the zone command, did you see any reports about analysis of positions of the enemy, points of fighting and the like? Did you ever see any of those while you were in the zone?
There were different examples of such information. I cannot specifically refer to a report, but everybody brought information that they were able to collect, including Latif Gashi. Maybe his information was more specific, but others who had sources of information available to them would bring information. One of my duties, for example, or one of my activities rather, I had a special radio by which I intercepted the communication between the various forces, and I could predict the development of a certain Serb forces operation or the direction of their attack.
In short, there was information being passed to the zone command on these types of matters. That's right, isn't it?
Oh.
Yes. But it wasn't exclusively the duty of Latif Gashi. All of us were trying to get as much as possible information, including by using systems for interception.
You were trying to do the best that you could in very trying circumstances, isn't that right?
That's right.
I want to go on to a document now which covers your role and the roles of the other sectors. I don't know if I'm able to continue, Your Honours, I'm happy to keep going if there was going to be a break or not.
Continue.
Thank you. Can we please call up P00149? You'll see, witness, a document coming up from your zone in Albanian and English. This is a document that's dated the 29th of December 1998, and you have given evidence about it. You will recall that this was a document that you said you thought you contributed to preparing in the zone. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Sets out the duties of various people within the zone structure, including, you'll see on the first page, the duties of your position, the Chief of Staff.
Yes.
And you've said in your evidence that this was a document that you prepared in the absence of having general regulations provided by the KLA. You had to act based on your own initiative and judgment to prepare as best as you could these kinds of documents to set out what your roles and tasks were. Is that right?
Yes, not only this one, but other documents as well, based on what was sent by the General Staff. We would first of all create provisional documents, and this is an instruction for the zone, lab operational zone. This is a provisional document up until the moment that the General Staff sends an instruction describing the duties and tasks of the commanding personnel. I think it is somewhere at the bottom of this document.
Yes, I want to take you to one part of it, which is, I think, on page 2 of the Albanian, because it's on page 2 of the English, which is headed Intelligence Sector. And there are a number of responsibilities outlined under it, starting with observe the state of the aggressor's armed forces. Do you see that there?
Mm.
This is just the part headed Intelligence Sector.
Yes. Yes.
You've heard earlier on that your Commander Remy, did testify here. He said that these were aspirational aims to seek to try and structure and organize things, but they weren't always achieved in practice. Is that something that you would agree with as the Chief of Staff, trying to set out your organization and make it operate in practice?
Of course, we started from zero, so to say, and we strive to create capacities within a short period of time. Maybe this was also a part of something that was foreseen for the future and could not be materialized in practice.
Yes. One of the entries here says, the second from last one in the intelligence sector, that the intelligence sector should leads with a reconnaissance platoon and is responsible for his training. Do you know if that ever happened in practice, and if it did, when?
Yeah.
No, to my knowledge, no.
No platoon ever in existence, as described here.
Yeah.
No, there wasn't.
We saw some diagrams earlier on that you filled out. I don't necessarily want to go back to them to save time, but isn't it also correct that in the intelligence section, even though those charts indicated at the zone level that there was meant to be a division for analysis and planning, and then also a division for gathering information, that in reality there were no divisions set up in the intelligence section under Mr. Gashi. They were there on paper alone, isn't that right?
That's right.
As you've said, it was really only him, one person.
Quarter zone is 4. Pass.
Within the zone, yes, after the killing of Hüsretala.
Thank you, Mr. Bishi. Those are my questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Your Honour, and thank you, witness. In light of the questions that have been asked and the subjects that have been addressed, I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alexandra? Or Ms.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ibishi. I'm Venkateshwari Alagendra.
Good afternoon.
Nichi. I'd like to ask you first about your membership with the LDK. Now, you are currently a member of the Pristina branch of the LDK, would that be correct?
Yes, I'm just a member. Do not have any leadership position or leading position within the LDK.
Yes, and you joined the LDK in 2014, am I correct?
For the first time, yes.
Same year you were elected as an MP for this political party.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that joining the LDK and becoming an MP did not pose any issues whatsoever between yourself and your former KLA comrades. Would that be correct?
Yeah. Membership start Congress.
Correct. With the comrades in arms, I share respect.
And if I'm not wrong, the Commander Remy became part of the PDK, didn't he?
Yes.
He's an MP for the PDK in 2007 to 2010.
I think so, yes.
And your political alliances put aside, you'll continue to have good relations throughout that. Am I right?
That's right.
Mr. Ibishi, that you're aware that Mr. Mustafa has given evidence in this court? Yes?
Yes.
You followed his evidence as well?
Yes.
Partly.
Mr. Mustafa has told this court that the LDK was at the service of the KLA during the war. Would you agree with that?
The LDK is one of the oldest political parties, and yes, it was at the service of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And the General Secretary of the LDK, Mohammad Latifi, he was a commander of the territorial defense of the KLA in Lap, correct?
Mohamed Latifi.
Mohamed Latifi, perhaps Mohammed, yes.
And the head of the LDK branch in Pristina, Shefki Gashi, he was a battalion commander within the KLA. Are you aware?
I don't know, maybe the last name doesn't ring a bell. I can't remember.
And Anton Chuni, he used to be a Minister of Defense on behalf of the LDK. He was also part of the KLA, wasn't he?
Oh.
Yes.
And Lutfi Haziri, a key personality within the LDK. He was also part of the KLA. Yes?
No, pjesë aktive nuk e.
I don't know whether he was an active member or part of the KLA. As far as I know, he was not an active member with the uniform, but as an activist, supporter of the KLA, yes. Because there were more categories of supporters. If we're talking of veterans, that is a different thing, but supporters can cover many aspects, logistics and others. So for this reason, I cannot provide you with an exact answer. I cannot say that he was active part of the armed element.
But in short, being a member of the LDK was not an obstacle to joining the KLA or supporting the KLA. Am I correct?
As I said, a large part of the KLA leadership were part of the youth forums of the LDK, and with the pluralism, other parties were set up, various leaders emerged. This does not mean that somebody who was initially in LDK did not join another party in the later. But as far as I know, they were initially part of the youth forum of the LDK.
I'm moving now to the formalization of your appointment as brigade commander that you've spoken about. Now, you've confirmed earlier this morning that your appointment was by Commander Remy, and that had already taken place on the 18th of July, 1998. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
That you reported to Commander Remy in that position, yes?
Correct.
Now, you've told us that your position as brigade commander was formally approved in August 1998 when the decision was handed to you by Jakub Krasniqi during a visit by the delegation, General Staff delegation to the LAP zone. You recall that?
I recall it very well.
Mr. Ibishi, you did not know Jakub Krasniqi personally before the war or in August 1998. Would that be correct?
I had heard about him, had information, because Mr. Jakub Krasniqi appeared publicly, and I remember him as a spokesperson of the KLA. So I had information about him. But personally, yes, it was the first time that I met him.
And he did not know you either or your professional background at the time, in August 1998. That would be correct?
I don't have knowledge about that.
Now, coming to how the decision was given to you, you've told us that this was a formalization of a decision that had already been made by Commander Remy, a prior appointment as Brigade Commander. And from what you have said in your interview in 2019, it appears that this formalization of your appointment was somewhat unplanned. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And at part 2, page 10 of your interview in 2019, you've said you were in the midst of training the soldiers at the Baigora school when you were told to go to the zone command, which was at a house. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I recall it very well.
You went there to the house, you met Jakub Krisnici and Commander Remy, you were handed a decision and asked to sign in a ceremonial way. Those present then wished you success and you left. That's what you've said. Yes?
Correct. Yes.
Now, in your interview in 2019 with the prosecution, and for the reference, it's part 2, page 12, you've said this: for me at the time, Jakub Krisnici was the person that I recognized and that he was the main official authority for me. The rest were members of the General Staff Headquarters and other members of the KLA, so I didn't pay much attention or consider the others the same way. You recall saying that in 2019, Mr. Ibishi?
I do, yes. Not unfamiliar, but meaning I had not seen them before.
And you go on to say, and this is at part 2, page 13 of your 2019 interview. I'm just reading back to you first before I put the question. And when you were asked who was the overall commander there, you said it was Jakub. Yes? So now I just want to clarify what gave you that impression at the time, since you didn't know him personally and you'd only seen him on the media. Yeah? Now, was it an impression that you had, Mr. Ibishi, that after seeing Jakub Krisnici's public appearance in the media as the KLA spokesperson, it gave you the impression that he was the leader of the soldiers, that he was the main person? Is that what gave you the impression?
I would like this to be checked not only in the transcript but also in the recording, because I don't remember saying that he was a commander. Maybe I've referred to him as the main person or the spokesperson, but not with commander. Therefore, I would like the transcript and the recording to be checked. I don't think I've ever said that, because at that time the KLA did not have a commander. How could I specifically refer to something which was inexistent?
So just that we are very, very clear, Jakub Krisnici did not introduce himself to you as the commander, as the overall commander of the KLA General Staff. That's correct, right?
Jo, asun ku prezentua, asun
No, he did not introduce himself, and I don't think I've said such a thing, and that's why I hereby request that the transcript, or rather the recording, be checked, because I know for sure that he was not a commander.
Thank you. Now, you've also said, and this is at part 2, page 14 of your interview, that the person you communicated with frequently was Bislam Zarapi. Do you recall saying that?
Welcome, son.
Yes.
Page 15 of your interview, you've confirmed that, to your knowledge, the head of the general headquarters was Bislam Zarapi. Would that be correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Now, you were earlier referred to by the prosecution to some charts on the organizational structure, and that would be P1765 MFI. If we could have that on the screen, please. My apologies, I would like to have 1764 on the screen, please. Yes. Now, this is the chart that you say was the template that you received with the general staff stamp. Yes?
Well,
Yes.
With me that what we see on this document on the left is that it is handwritten. It's a chart and the positions are all handwritten, correct, Mr. Bishi?
well,
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you do not know whose handwriting that is on the chart?
io non credi.
That's correct. I don't know.
Earlier today, and that's at page 15 of the transcript this morning, you said that the template was an organizational chart that was sent by the general staff. Do you recall saying that this morning?
Oh, confirm.
I said it.
At page 7 of the transcript, it records you as saying that you don't remember who you received this template chart from. It also says you don't remember when you received it, and the only possibility is that you received this through the zone command. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
And communications with the general staff by your own evidence was only through the zone command. Zone commander. Is that correct?
Exakt.
That's correct.
Directly with the general staff at any time, Mr. Bishi. Am I correct?
Ja.
Correct. With the exception of those 2 visits when I exchanged with them. And on 2 other occasions with the Chief of Staff, but not with the other members.
It's correct, isn't it, that you did not receive this template directly from any general staff member?
That's correct.
Prepared this template? Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Don't know who prepared it, and when it was prepared, you would not know if there was someone else in the zone that had prepared it and then obtained a stamp on the document. Would that be fair to say?
I have no knowledge.
You personally cannot confirm when the stamp on this document was placed.
Да.
All you can tell us is what you've received is a handwritten chart with a stamp on it. Correct? Whether the stamp was there before it was handwritten and filled in, you don't know. Correct, Mr. Bishi?
Correct. I do not possess any details. I am not in a position to confirm.
Now move to 176. Five MFI, please. This one. B. If I could have that on the screen, please. Yes. Now, coming to this document, this organizational chart, you've said that the annotations on this document were made by yourself?
So
Outside the organizational chart or this template.
Right. And you've also told us that what appears in black and what appears in blue, that's because it was a working document and it kept getting updated over the course of time. Yes?
Correct.
When it was photocopied, that's when it could have been the distinction between black and blue. Yes? So just so I'm clear, is it your evidence that a working copy of a stamped organizational chart was then being used over and over again with additional details being added onto it?
That's correct.
Right. So, looking at the document, and if one did not have the benefit of your explanation as to how it has reached this state that we see it in P1765, it would appear as if there was an organizational chart with names of the commanders and the positions within the zone, and it's stamped by the general staff. That's how it would appear without your evidence on it. Yes?
The document does not correspond to the names. The original document contains the organizational chart with the posts, commanding structure, leaders of the sectors, heads of the sector, but without the additional markings. That's it.
Been used and reused by yourself as a working document, progressively adding on information onto it, correct?
Correct.
One of the names and included on it as we see it now in 1765.
Your.
No. The stamp was put on the template without the names in it.
But the presence of a stamp on this document that we see at 165 cannot be considered as an approval of the general staff of people holding the positions reflected on this document. Correct?
Are sourced.
Correct.
If I could now move into closed session, Your Honor.
You mean a private session?
Yeah, private session.
Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
Witness, your testimony is finished now. I will ask while you're here, the prosecution, what is the plan for finishing his testimony?
Yes, Your Honors, we have sent an email to the parties. The schedule for next week will be continuing with the following witness for 485, followed by the 3 video link witnesses, after which, subject to the witness availability that we're going to double check today, there will be the witness, after the 3 video links, we will have 4295 as initially scheduled, since the witness is already here, and then we will continue with the testimony of 4758, subject to the witness availability next week.
Are you going to file this in writing yet today?
We have sent an email already at 14:59.
Thank you very much. So witness, you are finished today. You will have to come back another day, and you will be advised in a few minutes what the schedule is. Thank you for being with us, and we'll see you next week soon, we hope. Thank you. Please don't discuss your case with anybody or your testimony with anybody outside the courtroom. Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. President, as I foreshadowed this morning, I am traveling next week, including on matters related to this case. Since we're not certain when this witness is going to continue, I may make an application, and since I've already completed my cross-examination, I may make an application to appear via video link if it's next week. But I just wanted to alert you now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else for us? All right, thank you. We'll see you Monday.
All rise.